I'll continue that in a moment. Cut away nicely. B between the wickets, make sure that second is completed suitably enough. Yeah, the slow ball bouncer, if it's just slightly slower, it'll confuse the timing of the batsman. That one we just saw 2 balls ago was so slow that Barbara had time to look at it, think about it, readjust, reset, think about it again, then readjust and think about it again, then hit it for 4.
Yeah, he had a small kip, woke up and was able to hit the ball over mid-wicket.
Took a nip of saffron, didn't it? This is sweet as well, so there's a long chase on here towards the extra cover boundary. Again, footwork, we saw it earlier from Nabi, this is Mujib. The footwork on the boundary's edge at least saves the boundary, but it's 3 and it's 12 from the over already. Started with the wide, 5 legitimate deliveries since.
Still you can't sleep like Man's Lakshin in the World Test Championship final. A flowing drive from Babar. Excellent work from Mujib eventually on the boundary.
Interesting idea, especially on this sort of pitch. And the idea aborted. 12 from the over, 162 for 2. Yeah, you see, the green line's going upwards in the last 5-6 overs. That's pretty much since drinks. So it's like the switch was reset at drinks. They've taken a few more chances, yes. Mentally they've been more positive, yes, and that's the result. So after all those overs, the early overs, a couple of decent ones there in the first power play, but all those overs in the middle where things were going from quiet to quieter, there were no pickings for the Crows.
Looked nervous initially, Mohammad Rizwan, but settled in quite nicely. Started to maneuver the length, took few risks, and he was rewarded.
Lucky stroke as well. One that went fine down to 3rd. Normally a flowing batter who likes to play fluent strokes through the onside, particularly. Lots of boundaries from the square region on the onside, mid-wicket. That was surely
going down leg side, but not bouncing particularly.
It wasn't short enough to be pulled. Yes, the trajectory was low, and that fooled the batsman.
Afghanistan controlling the game in 30th over, not quite allowing the Pakistan batters to run away with the game, but a conscious decision after the drinks break to accelerate, and so far Pakistan have been successful. Pakistan has the resources, Afghanistan, to shift the momentum. It's a matter of just 1 wicket.
3 dots. Pressure on the batsman. Number 4 has been able to string few dot deliveries in this over. Rashid, he was quite expensive in the previous over, but he allowed the batsman to hit a couple of boundaries.
Always got in. 4 dots followed by a wicket. This is turning to be a very special over for Rashid Khan. That little dab from Babar Azam just ends up in Gurbaz's gloves behind the stumps. So Babar Azam has to go 60 from 86, and someone else needs to come in and try and keep the pace going.
He thought it's going to be a googly, but a bit of turn for Rashid Khan, and that did the trick. A decent catch behind the stumps by Gurbaz. Babar Azam perishes after contributing 60 runs from 86 deliveries. It's 162 for 3 Pakistan.
Saud Shakil comes in at number 5 with the fall of Babar Azam. So what can he do? Because he'll have been watching very, very carefully for the last 20, 30 overs or so and seen what's been going on. He's seen that the acceleration has happened. He's just seen his captain dismissed. Just that edge. The deflection actually was reasonably big, so Gurbaz did well. Make sure he didn't deflect off his gloves, just settle into the gloves. Babar annoyed at himself. It always happens that way. And Saud Shakil is off the mark straight away. That's actually quite a deft little shot, because he has somehow timed that to death. He's found the gap, he's found the boundary, he's up and running. 166 for 3.
It seemed like he picked him. Was into a good position very early, delayed the stroke to be able to find that gap, and he's off the mark.
Three men in the hutch. That partnership between Babar and Rizwan had just started to get things going nicely. So a lot now rests on the shoulders of Mohammad Rizwan to keep things going. Nice start from Saud Shakil. That's a good run. Ball straight away. That's always the key to these quick singles. As long as communication is good and he goes straight away, invariably you'll get in there. The odd scrap. Right for Saud Shakil. Mujib goes round the wicket. Just gets it wide of the cover, so one follows one.
Talking about Saud Shakil, he's been prolific in test matches. He's been noted in ODI cricket as well. That's in the air. Full-blooded from Rizwan. And the ball has disappeared.
Wicket falling in the previous over, but that doesn't affect the tempo of Rizwan. Looking to attack Mujib. Kerem delivery. His favourite stroke, slog sweep. A full-blooded stroke. A mighty stroke as he picks up another 6. Mujib knows it.
Nothing to do with the field place in Mujib. That was a good hit. And that's why it was a 6.
Yeah, until they allow fielders 10 yards behind the boundary edge.
No, Mujib was saying that I made a mistake.
Thank heaven you know the language. Thought of coming back for 2, but just to point out again, smaller territory here. The grounds at Hambantota and here at Premedasa, acres of space at Hambantota. So actually in the deep there are a lot of 2s throughout those 2 games. Slightly tighter boundaries here at Premedasa, especially on that side. That's gone fine. Tell you what, it was very straight. It was swept from very, very straight, but he's got it away fine. He's found the boundary as well, so it's a brisk start from Shakil.
Yeah, he has come out with an intent. Saud Shakil has scored a couple of boundaries in his short stay when outside the off stump to be able to hit ball. Very fine. He's looking to improvise.
No runs this time. Just a little factoid for you, a little fact about Saud Shakeel. In test matches, so not ODIs, he averages 130 against spin. Made a 50, at least 50 in each of his first 7 test matches, so he can play, that is for sure. It's 179 for 3.
Saud Shakeel is a special player against spin. He's 9 of 4. And I probably will not be off the mark if I say that he'll probably be in the top 3 of current batsmen who play spin the best. There is a reverse sweep, only a single. And if he has a good outing today, he'll put a lot of pressure on somebody like Iftikhar in the middle order. And Pakistan looking for that option against spin because Colombo will host a lot of games in the Asia Cup and it'll be spin dominating Asia Cup. So they need to find someone as priceless as Saud Shakeel in the middle order to tackle spin. That's been told that he's not part of the Asia Cup squad, but I don't know how did he miss the boat, because when it comes to playing spin and playing in these conditions, he'd be so suited.
It's a huge compliment given to the young man. Such a view, Ramesh Bhai. And I feel, looking at the young boy, the little bit that I've seen and things that have been spoken of this young boy, I think Pakistani selectors have got it wrong as well. Oh, this is called a commentator's curse. Just praising the young man. And the good old yes-no from the non-strikers end, and the promising inning of the young boy finishes with a direct hit by Ramullah Gurbaz.
Yes, very keen to rotate the strike. The idea was right, but clearly not a single. Ran himself out there. Ball watching, his partner was not interested in, for all the right reasons. Gone. Direct hit, and a very good direct hit from the keeper. Unfortunate end because he had a lot to offer, especially against spin. Gone for 9, it's 180 for 4. Colombo's skyline is not as dramatic as that of Hambantota, but still a lot of special spots here as well. Our lone bird up there, mapping the sky. Agha Salman is another one who's got a lot of talent. Pakistan losing their way just a little bit. A little haphazard in the last few overs. I think potentially they are on for a 260, 270 total here.
your brain on run selection of Shakil. Take a look at this run out. Cardinal not trusting the non-striker straight away, and Ramula Gurbas full throttle and had one slam to him and aimed it properly. We'll talk about it in the next over, just 1 minute to go. Just want to speak about Saud Shakil in these conditions, how handful he's going to be in the middle order. Whereas some other selections could have been a good option. Going forward, we feel it's the other way around, will work at the R. Pranasa Stadium. 39 gone, 180 for 4. It's a fantastic goal for Afghanistan, just giving away 1 run. And the wicket of the promising looking, beg your pardon, Saud Shakil. Still to come, Shadab Khan, Mohammad Nawaz, 5 Mashraf, all can use the long handle. The foundation has been laid after 39 overs. From 6 runs per arm here onwards, we'll get to 240, 244. I think anything more than 250, it's going to be a match-winning score. The 8 extras has been fantastic by Afghanistan, who bowled to their field, very effective in these conditions. Farid Malik from the far end has bowled the first 5 overs just for 19 runs, runs in hard.
That's gone through. Well hit, well struck by Rizwan. Tempo is up as far as he's concerned. He's played some lovely shots and was calm early on when not a lot was happening, and his pace has picked up. This is becoming an excellent knock now.
Yeah, fantastic knock. Taking the right option. It's definitely a boundary option with the last over before 5 fielders in the boundary. Mid off is up, giving some room. The length was there. Just went through the line. This is fantastic by Pakistani wicket keeper.
Given by the umpire, it was 50-50, I thought. Maybe going down the leg side, maybe a little higher. DRS, what is he thinking? Is taking it.
To director, we have a player review for LBW. On-field decision is out. I'll check the front foot and it's flat. Let's start with front of camera, please. Appears to be missing the bat. Yep. I think you can have alteration to confirm. Roll it. Yeah, I can see a clear gap between the bat and ball. Satisfied, no bat in ball. Ball tracking whenever it is released. Reaching outside off, impact line, wickets, umpire call. Stay with your, whenever you're on screen. Signal. You're on screen, signal now.
It was a borderline case, but a correct decision made by the umpire. He's obviously gutted because he was motoring along very nicely, and his innings has been cut short because of that in-swinging angle. Rizwan walks back dejectedly. 67 of 79, he played a very good hand on a tough pitch. 184 for the loss of 5. He occupies a very, very important post. Batting at number 7, Shadab Khan. He needs to get cracking straight away. He's got to know the situation also. Can't get out early. He's got experience. lot riding on his skill work here for Pakistan. That's an excellent beginning for him, driving sweetly through the offside.
Sweetly, creamy, name whatever. But I think that's a fantastic shot under the circumstances. This was given out. Mohammad Rizwan went upstairs. I understand why. It's a marginal call, keeping the bails. Fortunately for Mohammad Rizwan, he was clipping the top of leg stump. Yes, the angle was coming into the right hand. That's a good option taken by Farid.
Covering the set of stumps, Shadab, and Rizwan was doing the same. And so if you're covering the set of stumps, you cannot miss the line of the ball. There you see him almost on that off-stump line and then turning his wrists. Just blocking himself with that feet movement and where he was with the angle. And so once he missed it, it was always going to be a close call. Better off really staying on that leg stump so that you can maneuver the ball freely through the offside.
I also feel caught him off guard of the seam movement. Generally with an older ball, left arm coming around the wicket, there's a tendency of going away from the right hand. But this occasion, it seemed back. Maybe Mohammad Rizwan was caught by surprise with the angle and the movement what he got. But I understand what you're saying. He would have much better of doing the opposite thing. But I just thought it was a fantastic delivery, and the length was far better by Farid. Right throughout the day, he's been hitting the deck hard on the back of the length. And whenever he has pitched it full, he has got some assistance when it comes to some seam movement.
Once again, targeting the stumps. Excellent over. 85 runs in the last 10 overs for Pakistan, so pace is up. Let's see how they end this innings. 10 overs left, the final 10 overs. Just a little bit surprised for Rees that the ball has not stopped moving from the paces, especially the medium paces. Looks a pretty benign pitch from a distance, but every now and then paces have surprised the batsman with lateral movement.
The amount of grass which we left in this pitch surprised me as well when I had a look. And that's why TP bowlers like Gulbuddin Naib getting some seam movement, and they're very dangerous in these conditions. Farid, I think I'll have to give full marks to the young man. He has run hard, he's bent his back for his captain, for his country, and he has hit the lens very, very hard, and he has grabbed the opportunity with both hands. Also wanted to pick your brains on a couple of matters. Ramesh Bryce, so much activity happening in the last 2 overs. We just didn't have the time. On the matter of shout, Shakil, I understand what you're trying to say with spin, heavy, RPM getting slower. You think the think tank got it wrong by not having him? Why asking is, he gets middle order batsmen, some like Iftikhar Ahmed, is either block or hit. And these conditions, I feel the players who are milking those singles, playing paddle street, playing those inside out, these players are effective. So do you think they missed out on a golden opportunity of getting Shakil in?
I mean, South Shakil has got an average of 130 in Test cricket against spin. He's a master craftsman when it comes to playing spin bowling. should have been in. And it's a longer version. Remember, it's not a T20 contest, so you need somebody really to absorb few overs of tough spin. Excellent over from Mujib so far. Shadab has got stuck, looking to make a bit of room, and he's followed him right throughout this 5 balls now. Oh, bowled him. Yes, he deserved it richly. Shadab Khan was going nowhere. At 6s and 7s, as the saves, lost. And looking for runs, never was allowed that luxury by Mujib. So finally, he strikes.
Shadab looked rattled today. It's not the normal Shadab who's settled, taking the responsibility today. He's trying to hit every delivery, giving him some room, covering the stumps. He was trying to up the ante, and in the end pays the price. That was much quicker. Carom ball, miss it, all ends up. That's beaten for pace. You hardly say it against a spinner, but in this occasion, Shadab Khan was undone by absolute beauty. But Mujibur Rahman, who has had a fantastic series so far. Shadab Khan gone for 3, Pakistan 189 for 6.
Nawaz is a very fine all-round cricketer. Let's see how he deals with the situation. Can be tough to get cracking straight away on a surface like this where the ball is holding and spinning and doing few things. Pak's exam will continue. Rashid, 7 overs, 1 for 27. Still maintaining a slip fielder.
Single towards square leg to start the proceedings. This is the wicket of Shadab Khan. Beaten all ins, having a fantastic Mujib mentioned. He deserved it. I think he richly deserved it.
See, the moment you make room, you're giving a head start to the bowler. So modern day hitting is about staying still at the crease and then trying to create those angles. But moving away from the stumps, it was a head start for Mujib, and so Shadab became an easy target. There's a little bit of hesitation. And Nawaz didn't feature well against spin during the LPL, struggle on these pitches.
The crowds has been fantastic. It's a Saturday evening and vicinity of R. Prendas Stadium. There's lots of Pakistani supporters, Ramiz, and show even your time. The crowd has been fantastic. And mainly big Babar Azam fans. I've been speaking to a few of them. They're so happy that a bilateral series of these two nations are out here. And generally when even Sri Lanka plays Pakistan at R. Prendas, the turn up for Pakistan is quite good.
Always felt it. Absolutely, more buzz for Pakistan than any other side. This team richly deserves audience and fans because they've played some scintillating cricket over the last 2-3 years. Just a game away from consolidating their position as the best ODI side. If they win this, they become the #1 side. So a lot to play for Babar Azam and his men.
Lot to play, lot to like about. Oh, nicely bowled by Rashid Khan. This time he's a leg spinner. That's quick, 94.3, but still there was some grip off the surface.
This is another reason why South Shakil should have been employed for Asia Cup. Agha Salman has got issues against quality spin bowling. Nawaz is also not a natural when it comes to playing Rashid and Mujib and Nabi. Anyway, 6 down for 194.
5 runs from that over, but a good over by Rashid Khan, testing the batsman out. Last 32 balls, exactly 32 runs with 4 wickets. Rate of 6 runs. Pakistan will be targeted at 250. 8 more overs to go. That's definitely gettable. I just feel they rattled a bit. 2 batters in the middle. Got to settle down to get that 250.
250 would be a good score for Pakistan considering where they were about 10-12 overs back. There's hardly any rhythm in the innings, but Afghanistan would feel that there's a chance of toppling Pakistan with a 250 score on the board. It should be beyond them. He likes that shot. He's out playing the reverse flick in the last game. But modern day batsmen think differently. So if it is your strength, you will go for it.
Tell you what, with the movement, some seam movement as well as the bounce, I'm looking forward to what Shaheen Shah Afridi, the new ball. Nasim Shah will be in handful, Mohari Shroff will be in handful, but rightly so, they're given a break. If those two bowlers have played in this pitch, they must be licking their lips being in the dressing room. They'll be in a handful. The amount of help these pitches are definitely assisting the fast bowlers.
A lot of shifting of the field on the leg side. They're trying to block his slog sweep. Yeah, too close to cut. These are valuable dots being bowled by Mujib. Again, a little nervous, really, playing Mujib. A lot to look forward to as far as Asia Cup is concerned. So that is your ticket to Asia Cup. 30th August is when it begins. Multan to 17th September. pcb.bookme.pk is the ticket house for you to target. That's gone for 4, I think. This is where Afghanistan need to pick up their game. The fielding has let them down at times.
In all fairness, I think it was an awkward bounce, an awkward place to field as well for a big fast bowler. Pitched in front, he kept the body behind him, just that he never kept his eyes on it. That was a cardinal mistake. The bowler is bowling well, building up the dot deliveries. The fielder's got to be much better than that.
I've never seen a ball snookered off the body and rush to the field so fast. Overdone, 200 for 6.
Colombo skyline, sun setting behind the Colombo port. Beautiful area to be around with. Fantastic evening. Last few months, Sri Lanka have been experiencing extreme heat, especially in Hambantota and Colombo.
That is Pakistan squad for the Asia Cup. The usual suspects. The bowling looks in pretty decent shape. Osama Mir is the new face, currently being engaged in ODI format for Pakistan. Plenty of fast bowling options. Batting, especially the middle order, looks just a little bit thin for my liking. Thin in terms of expertise and skill work.
question for you, Ramesh bhai. Shakil is not in the squad. I believe Abdullah Shafiq is in the Asia Cup squad. And he's here as well. Why not play him, who's going to probably play in the contention for the Asia Cup? Not to play him and play Shakil.
Abdullah Shafiq is a very, very fine player. So many could have been drafted in today's game. Mohammad Haris, for example. Very exciting young prospect. Abdullah Shafiq got a double-hundred against Sri Lanka in the series. Colombo. Played spin expertly. Nawaz, he needs to get going now. 3 of 7 balls is very, very slow.
It's interesting conversation, isn't it? Abdul Shafiq, Saud Shakil, yes, they scored runs in the test match. They were effective. One may argue it's a one-day cricket, but still, players in form. You and I know, we played the game at the highest level. When you're in form, you get the opportunity. Mohammad Haris is the same. He led the Emerging Asia Cup. He led the Pakistan team, won the championship, scored runs there, played for the LPL, scored plenty of runs there as well. When you're in form, you don't want to be carrying the water, you want to be playing in the middle. So that's, I feel, it's unfortunate with these 3 young batters.
That's gone. Has it made the distance? Oh, would have been a great catch. That's gone and hit the fence. It's a 4. But a better attempt should have been made. And the idea is when the ball is up in the air, you've got to get near the ball, get under the ball, and then steady yourself. Riaz Hassan was the fielder. This sounded great, but it didn't make it to the fence on the full. There you see him try to get near the ball, and he was on the run, so not greatly balanced when he was trying to take that catch. It was a difficult one, but then allowed it to just sneak through for a 4.
In all honesty, I was watching him sprinting across. It never looked like getting into under it. You mentioned about being there as soon as possible underneath it, especially in the night sky, and he did not look comfortable. Change the field. After that stroke, fine leg comes in, and mid-wicket drops back. And mid-off remains in the circle. Farid Malik cannot pitch anything outside the off stump full.
Runs back for 2. A target of 250 plus has been chased down only 9 times out of 54 at this ground. The chances are that you win if you get to 250.
It's a great stat, isn't it? And that's where I'm pretty sure the think tank of Pakistan would have spoken about in the middle of the innings. Probably the messages would have been coming from inside. Try and somehow get that 250. Still gettable. Still 5 Mushraf to come who can use a long handle. As I said, new ball with 3 Pakistani quicks. That's what I'm looking for.
Again, running, stopping, indecision, but
Well, the closing overs beckon here at the Premadasa. 6 overs left, 207 for 6 at the moment. To get to 250, everyone's been talking about 250. That's going to take them just over 6 runs an over, which of course, in normal conditions, is more than feasible. Rashid Khan has 2 overs left of his 10. Raj will bring one.
Yeah, the way Mohammad Rizwan was batting, the opportunity was there for Pakistan to get to 250 easily. But by losing too many wickets, it has stymied the progression of this innings. And these two batters, they need to bat very well to get Pakistan to 250.
I think Pakistan read the situation really well, and that partnership of 110 has been really defining for this inning. The fact that now they are at 208 and they can well take their team above 250, if not at least 240.
Fields, a few of those today. A simple dot ball becomes a simple one.
It will only help the cause. They can put more runs. So they need to be more disciplined. The outfield, they've given away a few extra runs.
All eyes on Mohammad Nawaz. He can really taunt the ball, hits the ball, finds the fielder. Only a single.
Good lead from Rashid, but it's going to be, the contact is definitely outside off stump, so any appeals can be withdrawn straight away.
He has struggled. Salman Agha to pick Rashid Khan. And he looks like a player who struggles.
We have a player review for.
I said appeals can be bins. Apparently not. We've got a review.
And it's a fair delivery. Let's start with the front on. Yes, just roll it again for me, please. It appears to me that the ball has missed the bat. Can I have Ultra H to confirm? Roll it. Flat line as the ball passes the bat. Satisfied, no bat involved. Can I have ball tracking whenever it is ready, please? Pitching outside off, impact outside off. And Nitin, stay with your motto of decision.
Well, as suspected, as predicted. Not bad. Well, that's well bowled. That's beaten everyone. It's beaten the batsman. It's beaten the keeper. Won't beat the boundary though. That's going to be 4 byes.
Yeah, there was little turn for Rashid Khan, but it was accentuated with that bounce. Once again, Salman Ali Agha misread him.
Yeah, and he got him out in the first ODI as well. He was not able to read his deliveries as easily, but this one just not happy. Rashid Khan doesn't look happy with that. Could have been done a better job with that. Should have stopped.
Well, it was the bounce. Apart from anything else, it was the extreme bounce. Settling for 1. No, going back to that previous ball, it was the extreme bounce as well as the turn that did it all. Did the batsman and the keeper. 2:15 for 6, 45 gone. Now, what have we got for these final 5 overs? The other night in Hambantota, Aspatullah had to gamble. Only used the 5 bowlers in that second match of the series. They've used more today, which gives them more options at the end here. And of those options, Faruqi will certainly bowl. Well, he's got 4 left, so he's got more than enough available from Baruki, Ajib's done his 10, Gulbading's bowled 9, Rashid's bowled 9, so he'll bowl one more. Farid has 3. Preempted, oh, he's got the hold of it well. And the dive in vain, so the ball will roll away for 4. That shot was telegraphed very, very early.
Yeah, bowled a slow one, drag the length back by watching the batsman get into that position to play the reverse sweep, or whatever you call it, ramp stroke. Very lucky Salman Ali Agha. It didn't go straight to the fielder.
Absolutely, you see all the animation from the bowler every time ball's in the air. All they want is for the fielders to put their hands behind it. This time it was... Oh, that's another good shot, but it'll be only for 1 run.
Now the reason why he played that ramp stroke because he wanted the bowler to bowl outside the off stump. Got his wish, Salman Ali Agha. Forced the bowler to change his line and length. Now this partnership, already 31 runs from 26 deliveries.
They should not be expecting anything less, because the kind of platform Babar Azam and Rizwan gave him was for the idea, the fact that towards the end of the innings they could up the ante and get a quick run, and 31 runs of 26 ball look really, really good. Yeah, some sloppy fielding and extras have helped the cause. Another wide conceded, but take nothing away. They've really put a good show together, and this is already looking a match-defining partnership in a sense that if they put together 250 plus, it'd be very difficult for Afghanistan to chase this.
You've given up hope. They scored 300 runs.
No, I mean, absolutely. But there's been uneven bounce on this wicket. I mean, we've noticed that at times the ball is kept low, and that should be enough, because there's only one mistake that the batsman can make, and that should be enough for him to go back to the dugout.
Come on, Fidai. Have some faith in your side, man.
Are you kidding me? Absolutely. We will chase this down in 40 overs.
Right, enough, gentlemen. Put each other down.
Also looking at the average first innings total on this wicket for the last 5 matches, even 239. So in cricket you gotta also go by the stats. So Pakistan has really put themselves in a strong position, not to mention the fact that yes, Afghanistan has got good opening pair. They already put their second highest partnership against a formidable Pakistan. But look at that for a shot. That's beautiful shot for 4.
Pressure is telling on Farid. He hasn't got that experience to bowl in the fagging of the innings. He's been faltering with his line of length right from the start of this over. He has conceded runs and a couple of boundaries.
Yeah, it's well played. Watch this well and just guided it over the top. But yeah, this is where, whether you're trying to restrict things in the first innings or trying to save things at the end of the day, pressure is on a bowler who's bowled, 7.4 overs now. Bowled well to start with. But you start to imagine you have to provide all these variations. It's an interesting balance again, because as we've seen, this pitch has given them an edge, Pakistan. To bowl actually relatively, straightforwardly for a lot of it. And then when you start to imagine you've got to do something different, you can open up these options. But I thought the shot from Nawaz was very, very good.
And the left-hand and right-hand combination is disturbing. The left-arm fast bowler has to keep on changing the lines and lengths.
Well, he's still trying. Okay, he got the duck, he got the leave, but he's also got the penalty. It's been called a wide. So second wide of this over.
This has been the most expensive over of the innings. Salman Ali Agha already asking question from the umpire. This was way high from my reach. So he'll have to reload this for an extra delivery. How often it is that your extras cost you extra runs. You have to bowl that again. More often than not, you go for runs. And Pakistan has already got another 25 deliveries to play with. But this is bowled well. He'll end the over. The end of over number 46. Pakistan are 229 for 6.
Yeah, interesting progress, lack of progress for so much of the innings after those early overs, first power play, and then after drinks, around about the 31st over, then things started to happen. Then the wickets, as ever, just pegged things back briefly, and now with what is it, 4 overs still left, we're seeing, well, the acceleration cannot continue up the graph like that, but we're seeing that Pakistan obviously targeting that 250 plus. Night sky in Colombo. Right, Rashid Khan has 1 left. 1 for 35 so far, just this final over of his 10. Leave 3 more after this.
Afghanistan needs wicket from him. Only hold a really good spell. Only conceded 36 runs. It'll be very important for Afghanistan to stay in the game. In fact, Rashid Khan would make an impact and break this threatening partnership that is now a good 41 runs of only 33 balls. That's good running between the wickets. If you can't get the boundaries, it's always good that you run the first run hard and make sure that you can convert them into 2. That's exactly what they do. They run the first run hard. Salman Ali Agha always had the mind the fact that we can get 2, and they comfortably do.
Shake of the head says not out. Doesn't necessarily deter Rashid from asking again. Timer ticks away in the corner.
They had 1 review left, and they have used it again.
Yeah, review for PW given not out. It's a fair delivery. Start with front run, please. The ball passes close to the gloves. Gonna have ultra edge to confirm. Keep rolling. Yeah, flat line as the ball passes the bat and the gloves. Satisfied, no bat involved. Ball tracking whenever it is ready, please. Pitching outside off, impacting line, wickets missing. Nitin, stay with your decision. You are now.
So, DR not out.
If you're the premier bowler, it's your entitlement, isn't it, to use those reviews?
I can think of a few who will always go up there. I mean, you could see, obviously, from early on, it's hit him in the chest. So unless he's got 3-inch legs, he was unlikely to be hitting the stumps. Well, that's quicker and shorter and flatter. Helped on its way very nicely too.
It's surprising to see Rashid Khan bowling out of desperation. He's renowned for his line and length, nagging line and lengths. But here in this innings, he's been all over the shop. Yes, he has bowled quite a few good deliveries, but not consistently.
Yeah, well, even the best can feel that frustration from time to time. Well, that completes his 10 overs. 1 for 42, his final figures. 3 to go, 236 for 6. Yeah, 2 men have completed their 10. Mujib, 1 for 50. Rashid, 1 for 42 now. So Faruqi, you'd assume, would bowl 2 of these last 3. And I guess, well, I think they'll go for Nabi. And so the orthodox way to go is to try and back your pace bowlers. But we've seen, for instance, Farid, who's bowled largely decently for most of those 8 overs he's bowled so far. Then when the pressure started to mount a little bit, variations came in. They've not all worked, but anyway, he's still got the ball in his hand. Again, preempted, very much preempted by Mohammad Nawaz.
You're talking about Rashid Khan, even the strong men have their moments of fatigue, but not to forget the fact that he enjoys bowling under Asian conditions, around 100 wickets, more or less, to his name. And he's really bowled well in the earlier part of the innings, as we saw that he kept Babar Azam on the back foot, and Muhammad Rizwan were not able to milk him for run. But you could tell that he's that sort of a bowler who continues to look for the wickets.
Now, before that delivery, long off went back, third came up, because we'd had the bouncer, which, okay, worked this time. We're now trying to go fuller, but in trying to go full and take pace off and get a bit of width on, just let it slip. It was rather more where it was intended to be, I think, the ball before, in terms of that sort of fullness of length, and the line obviously a bit closer to the, but making sure it's offside rather more than leg side.
Yeah, the captain must have strong faith in this fast bowler Farid. His 8th over was the most expensive over of this innings. The captain persisted with him. So far, apart from that wide, he's been able to land the ball right areas. Another dot delivery.
Every dot ball at this stage of the game is gold. You never know what can change the complexion of the game by a margin of 1 run or very few runs. You can win the game. Afghanistan would be very happy if they could put the equation down to 2-1 at least to win this game. They'll go with very strong moral to the Asia Cup from here.
Yeah, a bit of a heave, not particularly well timed. But Farid doing his job here in this over. That single takes the partnership to 50. 43 balls needed. I'll be 23, Nawaz 21. Doing their best to head for that 250 mark. Face off, that's well struck. This is better time, but it drops 10 yards short.
Yeah, important partnership this. Pakistani team losing wickets in not quick succession after the 40th over, but these two made sure Pakistan gets to a decent total. They are marching along. 260 at the end of this innings.
I give you good news. Pakistan have never lost after scoring 250 at this ground.
The great thing about good news, it's good news for some, bad news for others.
Well, it is very true. Moments of joy for the others are moments of pain.
Well, I think you'll find that's good running in the end. Pressing hard for these twos. Slight issue, but something to do with the ball and the gloves and the bails. Yep, second most successful partnership of the innings. Comes at a good time for Pakistan. Those early struggles have been forgotten about for now. It's still only, just over 5 runs per over that we're talking about, which of course by modern day standards people say, what, only 5? You have to remember the conditions early on, the fact that two great batsmen, Rizwan and Babar, were struggling to time the ball. This represents a pretty good recovery. Well, no, that sounded good off the bat. It looks good off the bat, and it's bouncing off the wall behind that boundary fence. That has gone a distance.
Yeah, that's his favourite spot. Mid-wicket. And the angle was encouraging. The ball was pitched outside the off stump, slow one. He picked it and went with the stroke. How well he has timed this one. Went the distance.
And he's aiming the shorter end of the ground. So yes, that was a 78-meter long 6, but then that gives you a confidence that you'll be able to clear it the moment you know that, considering the dimensions, you want to go for the shorter sides.
Yeah, well, it's not that much different. Slightly quicker, just slightly quicker, slightly fuller. Instead of the fingers going across the top of the ball, in effect bowling that spinner at Nawaz. Tried something with a straighter bat, something that didn't work for him this time. But the 6 off the first ball, perfect, isn't it? Because that always puts the pressure back on the bowler or onto the bowler straight away in this penultimate over. And there's width there. Well, no reviews, so the not-out decision will stand come what may. Even if it's true, even if there is the faintest nick here, that decision will stand as it is. I'm not sure there was a nick anyway.
Yeah, absolutely. They have exhausted their reviews, no reviews left, so we'll just have to rely on whatever decision umpire takes in their. Oh, that's a drop. That's the last thing that you'll need at this stage of the game. You drop the catch, you give extra 2 run, and you keep Mohammad Nawaz on the strike, and it brings 250 for Pakistan.
He has to improve his fielding. He has to. Now his ground fielding is not notable. Forget about the catching.
Again, we're slicing this away, and this one does carry, and this one is avoids Majid. This time Riaz is the man behind this catch, and that one at least has been safely taken. Some have gone down today for Afghanistan, so these are not wild celebrations. When you see one drop from the previous ball and one taken from the second, well, celebrations will always be muted, but credit here because he had to come slightly forward, put his hands into the right position, made sure that even when he hit the ground with the elbows, the ball stayed in the hands. So that's a very, very handy 30 from Mohammad Nawaz. Could have been even more dangerous, but he's gone, and it's 250 exactly for 7.
There's Fahim Ashraf, the new man in. He's one who could also flail the bat and tonk the ball.
Fahim Ashraf playing his first game of this 3-match series. Comes in this last ball of the
his way across, kept his hands high. Don't take the catches for them. You can give them catching practice, you can give them confidence, you can say the right things, do the right things in this final over to finish off both the innings and his allocation of 10, and it starts with a boundary.
And that was an excellent stroke. A left-arm fast bowler bowling round the stumps, and to be able to hit the ball against the angle was an extraordinary effort from Salman Agha. Not an easy stroke to execute, but it did it quite easily.
To see how he bowls the next 5 deliveries, because we still have 1 over left from Gulbuddin Naib, who's bowled pretty well. He got the early breakthrough and only conceded 36 runs. That's the best economy. So Farid has exceeded. He's given another extra run with the wide, and he'll have to bowl those 5 very important deliveries. It's kind of strange thinking what is going in the mind of the skipper.
Well, the thing is this, skippers will have in their minds at the start of the day who they're going to trust at the end of an innings. And you pick your team accordingly, you know who your 11 are, so in a sense, obviously, yes, you can react to events. Oh, what a shot. What a shot that is. The low full toss, which quite often at this stage of the game can do a trick of its own, has been dispatched a long way.
Yeah, incredible. Like you mentioned, low full toss, and to be able to hit the ball aerial was an effort. The bottom hand coming into play, and that's why he was able to clear the boundary line. What a hit. What a hit from Salman Ali Agha.
Well, it's the sort of thing that is practiced a lot these days. 20 years ago that wouldn't have happened, I'm pretty sure. Going for something similar. This is a very different result. Oh, the misfield, the dive in at the last moment. They're going to have a look just to make sure. But the misfield gave them the chance to come back for the second.
To director, we have an umpire referral for run out at the wicketkeeper center.
Interesting to see. It was a bit of a misfield. He was not able to clearly pick it, but then he's in.
Just roll
Should
back.
be interesting to see.
Keep rolling. For me, please. If you can have the split screen, that will help for me. Standing by. Yeah, keep rolling. Yeah, batter has made his ground before the wickets are broken.
Well, two things contributed to that final decision. One was the misfield, and two was the big dive, the desperate dive at the end. Bat down in time. It's a reverse, something or other. Gets him one.
Yeah, there was a thing as well which saved Salman. It was the extra bounce with that throw. Allowed time to Salman Ali Agha to dive and get to the pitch.
How many more can they get? They've really got a very good last over. They've really scored enough run as far as the wicket is concerned. And looking at the bowling string that Pakistan has,
I think 14 more Pakistanis, they'll start to feel confident. That's in the air. Easy catch for Gurbaz. How did that ball go to the wicketkeeper?
That's what you're here to tell us. Yeah, a bit of minor consolation towards the end of the over. We've got one ball left still to go, of course. But for Farid, these are tough times. You've got to try everything you can to try and stem the flow of runs in these closing overs. Yeah, but the slice shot gets it up and just gets it just behind. So Gurbaz hardly has to move. So wicket is a dot. It is 8 down now, one ball left. Ashraf gone for 266. Shah Afridi goes for the big hit. It's not quite good enough to clear the boundary. Bounces a good 3 or 4 yards, only that in front. Oh, hang on. They managed to come back for 2. As Gurbaz hurt there. Anyway, Shah Afridi faced the one ball, hit it sweetly, dropped it short of the deep mid wicket, came back for the second. Gurbaz is just hobbling away at the moment. Not quite sure what happened to him. But Pakistan will be very happy with that. There was a time some way back that they thought they would struggle to get the 250. They'd cruised past 250. They finished on 268 for 8 at the end of these 50 overs. That's not a good sign for Afghanistan with their best batsman required in the chase. And here's the contrast for you. The first 30 overs of that innings, Pakistan only made 103. The next 20 overs, the final 20 overs, 165. So the pace was able to change. Worth noting for anyone joining us more recently that the first 30 overs were a struggle because of the pace of the pitch and some good bowling. But this is the final card for Pakistan. Good innings from Babar, 60 from 86. Good innings from Rizwan, 67 from 79. But the contributions down the order. Salman Ali Agha's 38 from 31, very handy. Mohammad Nawaz 30 from 25. That partnership was crucial actually in getting Pakistan up to and now beyond that 250 target they had in mind. The partnerships, well, nothing much. I mean, just Babar and Rizwan first of all, 110, but made off 149 balls. Just look at the difference in terms of the pace. Salman Ali and Mohammad Nawaz, 61, but from 50 balls. That was all. So the pace picked up by Pakistan and the pressure put on Afghanistan's bowlers. They started well, So early on they made it look really tough out there for Pakistan's batsmen. Final figures: wickets for Farooqi, for Majid, 2 for Gulbuddin, who bowled most of those overs very well indeed. Rashid 1 for 42, Farid expensive in the end, 2 for 70, and Mohammad Nabi just the 4 overs today, none for 18. Okay, those are the stats at the end of the first part of this third and final game in the series. We can hear now from Jonathan Trott.
Jonathan, what's your assessment of bowling performance so far in this game from Afghanistan?
Well, I thought there were ebbs and flows. I thought we bowled it in patches very well, and at times I think we got it a bit wrong again. So I'd say 50-50. But I think it's certainly chaseable, the target, 268. 269 we need, so excited to see how we play.
This tournament, dress rehearsal for the Asia Cup and World Cup, how is the team settling in?
Going okay. It'd be nice to come away with a win tonight. We've played some good cricket at times, but not for long enough. And to win 50 over games, you've got to play good cricket for over, obviously 100 overs. So, and to beat the likes of a good side like Pakistan, you've got to do it and be more consistent. So hopefully we can put together a good 50 overs here with the bat and walk away to the Asia Cup with a win under our belt.
How do you assess this pitch here? How different it is from what you experienced in Hambantota?
It looks okay. It looks a good wicket. It doesn't look like there's much spin like perhaps in the first ODI. So hopefully our batters can settle in and get themselves in and then hopefully chase down these runs.
Thanks, Jonathan. Thanks for joining us.
Thank you very much.
Jonathan Trott, the head coach of the Afghanistan cricket team, is of the opinion that they are confident about their chances of winning this game. That's it from the ground.
Okay, so just to confirm, 269 is the target for Afghanistan. For a lot of Pakistan's 50 overs, they were hoping it would be a lot less than that, but that's what it is. 269 required. And we will be back in due course with some further thoughts and then the second innings of this match.
welcome back to Colombo, where Afghanistan are celebrating a momentous occasion. It's their 150th one-day international, and we thought it would be appropriate if we donned some Afghan garb. What do I look like, Ramis?
Yeah, you look like absolutely star. So it's called Ghada, I believe, the dress that we are wearing, and it's a special occasion, so you especially look handsome.
Don't be alarmed. We're probably going to get interrupted. There's a ball behind you, but don't worry about it. Okay, tell us a little bit about the scorecard and how Pakistan went.
It was a tough pitch, actually. You read it perfectly.
Thank you.
I thought it was the grinder's pitch, where you had to put your head down, and the moment you started to drive the ball, it became harder for you to place it and play it properly off the middle of the bat. And so lot of credit needs to go to Babar and Rizwan for setting up this show.
But what about Agha's partnership with Nawaz?
Yeah, I mean, they needed that also, because by Babar and Rizwan, and even though they were a little slow on the take, but they knew exactly what to expect, and the expectations were that if you grind it out, there was a case of maybe taking the score to 250. Now, Rizwan started off slowly. He was circumspect, but the moment he saw an opening, he just went absolutely according to the situation and played some good shots. It wasn't a perfect innings from aesthetic point of view, but he got the runs.
Yeah, how difficult is it for the natural stroke players like Rizwan, like Babar, to be able to curb that want to go after it on a surface like this?
I mean, there's a reason why Pakistan have been extremely successful of late in white ball cricket, and that is because Babar and Rizwan both bat especially well. They've got century partnerships, they know each other's game, and then they can absorb pressure and play according to the situation. So the situation demanded them to be a little bit more curious, anxious, and circumspect of the pitch, and I thought it was a perfect blend.
First 30 overs, they scored at just over 3 to the over. The next 20 overs at over 8. Did the surface change?
I don't think so. I think it was about seeing the ball and about giving yourself time and to be at the crease, and I think that helped both the batters really to then smoothen the rough ends.
Okay, what about Afghanistan now and the way they're going to have to go about this run chase?
I think they've got to be very sensible. Partnerships is the key. They batted brilliantly in the last game, so out of that 300 book, establish a platform with the openers, and they both were in excellent form. The idea is to weather the storm against the new ball bowlers, and then it can get just a little bit easier for Afghanistan, because Pakistan's spin department is not as great as Afghanistan's.
But there's a number of new bowlers in this setup because there's a few being rested. Sure. How do you think they're going to go?
Yeah, I mean, there'll be pressure on Babar Azam because he wants control in a situation like this, 250 plus. I mean, it's still a doable job, by the way. I mean, if they get a couple of partnerships, it could be a win for Afghanistan. They could spoil Babar Azam's show of being the best side in the world. If they win this, they become the best side in the world in ODI rankings terms. So, you see, it's all about control. Can he get the control from the newcomers? Mohammad Wasim is playing a long wait. So let's see how he develops the team for his captain, but he's mighty explosive, he's mighty talented, and he'll get some reverse also. This is a good bowling surface for paces.
All right, just one last thought here. The fielding's been impressive by Pakistan over the last few months, hasn't it?
Oh, they've been outstanding. We saw that during the Test series. We've seen that in the last year or so. They worked extremely hard on their fitness, and it's a direct result of how fit you are as a team, and you have the attitude and the appetite to be the best fielding side in the world, and they were absolutely brilliant during the Test series against Sri Lanka.
All right, Ramis, thank you very much for your... Right, so 269, that's what Afghanistan need to win their 150th one-day international. Let's join our commentators upstairs.
So we have a target, which is 269 in the remaining 50 overs of this match. It's certainly a target that is higher than it looked like it would be for a lot of that Pakistan innings. Those closing overs did the job for Pakistan. They talked about figures of 280, 290 at the start of the day. That's before they'd seen how this pitch was playing. And for the first part, it didn't favour the batsmen at all. Afghanistan bowled reasonably well and constrained everything. But now they have to chase, and this man, Rahmanullah Gurbaz, well, he was absolutely brilliant in match number 2. If he shows some of that brilliance again, albeit on this different pitch, well then that will keep Afghanistan certainly in the hunt. Got a new partner today at the top of the order, Riaz Hassan. There's actually a bit of a plot behind this because Zadran was off the last 10 minutes somewhere, and by the rules playing conditions not allowed to open innings. So Riaz Hassan gets promoted. We'll see Zadran in due course. And not surprisingly, the first over to be bowled by Shaheen Shah Afridi, new ball specialist, wicket-taking specialist in the opening overs too. Just a hint of swing. Leg by gets Afghanistan their first run on the board.
Yeah, these two openers have got a job to do. They need to do the seminal work, see the new ball off, negating wickets to the Pakistani bowlers, lay a foundation. If they're able to do so, they'll create few chances for Afghan to win this game. As it is, this pitch is ultra demanding when it comes to batting. Some batters, they found it very difficult to adopt to the new conditions here at our Prema Stadium, Colombo.
Yeah, too much swing this time. Goes down the leg side, first wide of the innings. I wonder if the lights make any difference. I mean, so often we seem to get the impression that when you swap the natural light for the artificial lights, something changes in the atmosphere, pitches themselves. Often we seem to get the impression that when you swap the natural light for the artificial lights, something changes in the atmosphere, pitches themselves sometimes seem to behave differently. Whether there'll be much of a change remains to be seen. Conditions pretty much.
Bulleto presents Super Cola Afghanistan versus Pakistan ODI series, powered by Maharaba Auctions.
And Amir Sahel.
Bulleto presents Super Cola Afghanistan.
Again, the shape is good. I mean, I'm sure he's liking the shape, but it's just the original line that's causing him a few problems here. A leg by. A couple.
It's a rarity, isn't it? He's so accurate with the new ball, Shaheen Shah Afridi. He's always attacking the stumps, but this time around hasn't been consistent. Maybe different environment.
Yeah, nicely played. Just a bit too full. Again, giving you a chance to swim. this is the thing, of course, isn't it? We always expect people like Shanshar Afridi with his immense ability, his immense reputation to be spot on each and every time at the top of the innings. Actually, you batsmen like to get set. Bowlers sometimes, as is so clear tonight, have to work out how much that ball's swinging, have to adjust the release accordingly. We've got there. We've made it to the end of the first over of this chase. 6 without loss. 6 runs on the board, all of them extras. 2 wides, 4 leg byes. As and when the batsmen get involved, should be fun.
It's all about keeping abreast of the run rate, and they have done that. It doesn't matter how they came, but 6 runs of the first over, that's good.
Yeah, that run rate required is under 5.5. So yeah, 6 of course keeps above it. Got to sustain it, got to sustain it. Right, opening the bowling at the other end, Fahim Ashraf. Last time we played an ODI is about 2 years ago now, actually. My esteemed colleague here just had a look at the hand just as Fahim Ashraf was running in there, crossing. So not risking the ball swinging out of control, just trying to get his length and line sorted before he starts trying to do other things. Actually, that's quite true. You got a bit of bounce from it too. That's what sometimes happens with crossing too. You get it hits the right part of the ball as it pitches. You get that extra bounce.
That's a Lotus Tower, a beautiful addition to Colombo. It has been the main attraction for the tourists here in Colombo now.
Well, Riaz Hassan, who's on strike at the moment, good figures in first-class cricket. 56 his average in first class, 42 in list A. This, of course, is list A, so decent figures, ostensibly, always. Playing this.
What has happened to this pitch? Has it freshened up? Steep bounce on a couple of occasions this over for Fahim Ashraf, and then deviation of the surface. First delivery, bended in, and this one moved away.
It's the lights. That's all it is. It's the lights. Yeah, full of this time. If I were he, I might have just stuck with the original lengths. 2 runs. We have runs off the bat.
Bowling within himself, Fahim Ashraf is not express. He bowls those nagging lengths, especially with a new ball. Gets the ball to deviate off the surface and can be dangerous at times.
If you look back at the first innings of this game, where we had the medium pacers, for instance, Gulbadin at medium pace, brisk medium pace, doing a very good job, short of a leg. That's where it was really hard to get the ball away. So I'd say the lesson from that, even if there has been a minor change in conditions, the lesson is to just come back a little bit, keep it straight, but come back a little bit with the length. again is good.
Yeah, the length was good on that occasion, but not the line. Drifted towards the pads. Just clipped the ball for a couple of runs. Now with this pace, you've got to be on the money. But nicely played. It was nicely behind the line of that delivery.
Yep, that's good. Ball from... So 3-match series here. 2-0 up Pakistan at the moment. What's coming up? First of all, the Asia Cup. Now the World Cup. Pakistan's fixtures, just to give you a clue there, start with a match against the Netherlands, another one against Sri Lanka. Both of those are down south in Hyderabad. And they play India. Is that a big game? I think it is. Yeah, India is the biggest game. Pakistan-India is the biggest game of the entire tournament, you could well argue that. 14th of October in Ahmedabad, the biggest stadium. The Narendra Modi Stadium. Slides away off the outside edge, the outside half of the bat rather more.
This series, Asia Cup, just before the World Cup, has afforded an opportunity to all the teams to iron out if there are any wrinkles in the balance of the side. The closely contested World Cup, England is up there, New Zealand is not bad at all. They can challenge everybody. Australia, Pakistan, India, Sri Lanka as well. You cannot write them off.
Well, it's covered most people.
Trying to be politically correct.
Yeah, it's one of those chats, isn't it? One of those World Cup chats. Who do you reckon is going to be in semi-finals? Well, you'd have to say that India at home, almost a banker, almost an absolute certainty for the semi-finals. I mean, Pakistan playing good cricket. England, I'd have to put in that list. Australia, I'd have to put in that list. Which, as you say, leaves a couple of good sides who aren't going to make the semis.
Talking about this player, Riaz, he looks very well organized, knows where his off stump is, and that's a must for any batsman, especially for the opener.
Good carry. Rizwan had to be on his mettle there because that bounced and seemed to gather pace almost. To hit chest high in the end.
Plenty of support for Pakistan. Always is the case when the Pakistan team is in Sri Lanka. Very watchful Riaz, and rightly so. You cannot afford to play airy strokes against this man who's got the ability to inveigle any batsman in the world. He's a wily campaigner.
Yeah, it's a good short ball. It's well played too. Watched it nicely, let it go by harmlessly. 33 overs have gone now. It's very, very slowed. It's 11 without loss. So just to remind you of Ramanullah Gurbaz's talent, which was very much on show in the previous game, with magnificent 151 from exactly the same number of balls. Early on, the short ball was dispatched. If you remember the first game, Afghanistan struggled with the short ball. 3 men caught with unfulfilled hook shots. But Gurbaz played the hook shot well, the pull shot well, and then the sweep shot well. And a couple of tries playing the spinners with the straight bats, then decided the sweep shot was going to be a better option. So a full, free-flowing innings from Namanul Gurbaz deserved better. Just think back to the sort of frustration, the hurt, the pain at the end of the game when they thought they'd pretty much won it, and then just at the last moment Pakistan found a way of sneaking over the line for victory by just the one wicket. So final chance for Afghanistan to get a win out of this series. Remember, it would be the first win ever in ODI against Pakistan. The approach, I think, is sensible at the top of the innings. You've got Shaheen Shah Afridi, who is acknowledged as world-class with the new ball, who's now settled a bit after the slightly erratic first over. Fahim Ashraf, very steady. I mean, that's his thing. That's his stick, isn't it, with the new ball? Just try and be steady, try and wobble it a little bit, just see what he can get out of the pitch. Nicely played, just rode the bounce. A little skip down the pitch to start with. Fahim Ashraf responded to that.
Yeah, talking about Gurbaz in the first game against Pakistan on Bantuta, he was fretful. On the second knock, he was so confident from the word go, he was moving well. And dealt with the Pakistani bowlers very aptly and adaptly.
Yeah, it's your favourite topic, isn't it? The ability to adapt. Won't get to this time. Yeah, the outstanding thing actually about not just Gurbaz's efforts, but Afghanistan as a team in match number 2 is that, if you remember, having been bowled out for 59 in the first game, so losing by a massive margin of 142. To show that sort of courage and resilience, okay, led by 2 very good players at the top of the order, I thought was a real feather in their cap. And they've done everything but win it. I have to say they deserve to win that game. One more chance to get that win on the board here tonight, if things go well, only if things go well. But yes, just survive these opening overs. New ball under lights can be very, very important. Survive these opening overs, try and get a bit of rhythm going, try and sort of get the flow of runs going. Try not to lose too many wickets, because those resources in hand will come in handy later on. Good delivery. That is a good delivery. Just slightly back of a length, and just again see where it's ended up in the gloves, just under to Rizwan's chin. And that's come from nowhere. This is, brisk medium pace, no more than that, and yet it takes off.
Very good delivery, and this is the second time he has backed away from the leg stump. Riaz is looking to find the gap through the offside. Hasn't worked. Gotta be careful.
And again, this is good bowling. Problems caused with this new ball. He's got to do some thinking, has Riaz. He's 5 not out. It's 14 without loss after 4. Different views compared to what we saw from or around the ground at Hambantota in the National Park. Here we are in the big city. Weekend, a busy night out there. Well, we've seen that this ball is carrying through very well. Certainly for Fahim Ashraf. Saw one also from Shaheen Shah Afridi. uncertain, which you can understand. You can understand that. I'm just thinking, actually, going back to that first game where Afghanistan had to chase and found themselves with the lights having all sorts of problems. Judging lengths, shot selection. The captain, Hasbullah, at the end of that game said, well, yeah, shot selection at the top of the order is a big problem. They lost wickets. They lost wickets in droves at the top of the innings, which rather sort of nailed them to the floor. Ooh, the play and a miss. The nerves they're showing. The uncertainty is showing, but that's a combination of circumstances, a pitch which is giving them something to think about, and the early new ball swing.
They saw the width and went after it without moving his back leg. Lucky, very lucky Gurbaz.
Yeah, he's an instinctive player, and that instinct needs to kick in just a fraction of a second earlier, because all the movement was just that fraction of a second later. Fuller finds the gap. Ooh, he's done well there. Did very well. Good chase, good flick back. You'd have thought after all that it'd be 3 on the board. Actually, it's just the 2. So the man takes credit for the chase here.
Yeah, poor running. Excellent chase. To pull back that ball in the playing arena. He's a good fielder, Imam ul Haq, especially at point. Got great reflexes.
Sprint actually. Blowing a little bit when he got back to his position in the field.
He's been looking to work the ball through offside. You've got to be careful. He looked decent, but in the previous over, he was beaten all ends up quite a few times.
Good piece of fielding, full length. But you were saying about Riaz, he's shaping well. He's had a couple of balls which actually, I tell you, anyone would have struggled to get bat on. Those ones from Ashraf that seem to take off from just sort of the length. So those you can't predict. But by and large, he gets himself into a nice balanced position. So you need to have a little time to play the ball. But you just cannot legislate for those ones that take off. That's not so good. It's short, and it was a lot of fresh air out there. 17 without loss, 5 overs in now to this chase. Comparison at this early stage, for what it's worth, Pakistan was 16, Afghanistan 17, both teams without loss after 5 overs. But just as a casual observation, it does look as though the pitch is playing a little bit differently. The next 20 overs for Pakistan were a bit of a struggle. Lost a couple of wickets. Both openers went trying big shots and failing. Barber and Rizwan struggled to get the timing right, struggled to find their rhythm until after a drinks break. So that last 20 overs, stark contrast to the first 30. The difference when you're chasing is you're always aware of the run rate you need to hit.
Judging by the stroke attempted by Riaz in the previous over, frustration is creeping in. And here's the opportunity for the Pakistani bowlers to strike.
There is the opportunity, as you say, so close to the outside edge. And again, it's that length. It is that length that is causing problems. And it is the bounce from, there must be a piece of concrete in there or something. It's the bounce from pretty much that same area, which is making batting hard at the other end.
That ball swung twice. Initially, it was tailing in towards the batsman and at the last moment moved away. Good batsman ball.
Play that then. No, he's given it. Now that, I am pretty sure, will be reviewed. But the finger goes up. Initially, it was a little fuller, a little straighter. But there are so many things to consider here. The actual line, the bounce. The celebrations will be on hold now as we wait for the review.
TV umpire to director, we have a player review for LBW. On-field decision is out. I've checked the front foot and it's a fair delivery. Let's start with front of the camera. Roll it again. This ball passes close to the bat. Gonna have outrage to confirm if there is any bat involved. Keep rolling. Just flat line as the ball passes the bat. Satisfied, no bat involved. Ball tracking whenever it is ready, please. Pitching outside off, impact in line. It's a score. Is that stay with your decision? Signal on ground spin.
Well, the finger goes up for the second time. The confirmation that it was a close run thing, you've got to say that. But the original decision kept that opportunity open. So the hero in many ways of that match number 2 goes cheaply in match number 3. Ramanullah Gurbaz, LBW to Ashraf for 5. That's a big blow for Pakistan to strike at this stage. Afghanistan 17 for 1. Zadran is at number 3 today. He was off the field for 10 minutes during the Pakistan innings, a crucial time, and that just banned him from opening innings. So his normal position at number 2. He's in here today at number 3. The 10 minutes, as it were, has elapsed. And the situation is a tricky one. 6 runs off the first over, all extras, but since then, Pakistan's 2 opening bowlers have settled. This was such a close run thing. Initially, looking at the angles here, you think, ooh, is that going to just miss the leg stump? Height was not too bad, actually, in the end. Umpire's call, just brushing that leg stump, so confirming the original decision.
Oh, I'm impressed with this umpire. Safi is not afraid to make decisions, and so far he has done so well in this series. But how about Fahim Ashraf's bowling? He set up the batsman by bowling outside the off stump, and this time around changed the line and pitched it up and surprised the batsman. Very impressive from Fahim Ashraf and the umpire.
Yeah, these men on at the other ends had a lot more experience of international cricket. Yeah, that's pretty much the length he needs to hit. He's done enough. This is the great thing for Fahim Ashraf. He's done enough for those ones that were climbing of short of a length. to sow the seeds of doubt. And any batsman will tell you, if you walk out to bat on a really flat pitch, nothing happening, yes, you get stuck in, you can play your shots, you can try and take the attack back to the bowlers. If you see a couple flashing past the sort of shoulder of the bat and ending up head high, chest high in the keeper's gloves, you're thinking, I have things to think about. It just changes the whole dynamic. Oh, so close to the outside edge. Yet again, 6 done, 17 for 1.
As the centurion in the previous game is out for 5. Afghanistan receiving early jolt in form of their batsmen in form. 17 for 1 after 6. Driven into the gap. This should run away to the boundary for 4. A loose delivery punished.
Shaheen Afridi is looking for that front pack, and that's why he's pitching the ball up. This one also played with the angle, slicing it past the man at point. Gurbaz needs to be just a little bit better around that off-stump channel, especially on a surface like this. You can't waste your form. Great 150 in the last game. And then here, once it got a bit difficult, and it was kind of on the cards because right throughout LPL he struggled around that area on surfaces such as this one. And he's a much better player than what he shows on a dicey pitch, on a difficult pitch. You've got to just grind it out, make sure that you are there. And it's a challenge, you've got to accept this as a challenge. And he's got enough talent and potential to sail through. In a batting lineup like this, Gurbaz is absolutely needed.
Swinging and missing. Movement again. Shaheen Afridi is known for his ability to bring the ball back into the right-hander and takes the ball away from the right-hander as well.
This is a great kind of a practice game for Pakistan before the Asia Cup. They'll play quite a few matches here in Colombo, and so it gives you an idea of where to bowl, where to pitch it, what the conditions will be like.
From Diaz, slip and get in position, changing angle from round the wicket.
Diaz looking for that difficult angle where he can swing the ball away from that right-hander's off stump. Different muscles are used to get that ball to swing away from that angle. That's why you got to be absolutely fit to bowl from both sides, from over the wicket, round the wicket, and to swing it both ways. He's worked tremendously on his fitness, Shaheen Shah.
Taking this chance, hanging around the off stump to create doubt in the mind of the batsman. Rounded the first ball, but could come back after that.
You know that Afghanistan are not going to hurt you in this little period, so you can experiment with a lot of new ideas here with regard to field position. If there's a slip, there's a wider slip, and you have a man throws a shot mid-wicket for that in-slanting angle.
Officially driven. They have to settle for a single. 5 runs from the over. 7 gone, 22 for 1. posting 268 for 8 in the allotted 50 overs. Half centuries for Rizwan and Babar Azam. Ashraf to continue. Oh, that ball bounced. Struggling with his glove at the moment. And just sustained some injury. Rizwan.
He's hitting the gloves hard, and there's the awkward bounce as well. Ashraf is not quick, but look at that one take off. What you need to do is to keep a close eye on the ball and cut out on certain shots.
Gorgeous stroke for 4. Class and timing and placement.
Was there to be hit by him experimenting with a fuller length, looking for a little bit of angle, and nicely met right in the middle of the blade. That should give him a bit of confidence.
Posing for the photographers. Elegant stroke. A little bit on the offside. Asibet runs in the Asia Cup. Playing Afghanistan A. Drifting on the pads.
It's a stern examination of your batting skills when you're playing against Pakistani pacers on the front foot and slicing it beautifully. Nice still head, body in position to play that drive, that front foot across to the line of the ball. A 50 here really will make him confident. It's about self-belief, and you get that when you score runs against a good bowling attack.
Getting half century on his ODI debut against Ireland in Qatar, and coming in, going out, not getting placed permanently, but sound technique. That's what he relies upon. Got runs in the Asia Cup, emerging Asia Cup, and coming here, getting the opportunity against quality opposition. The ball is bouncing around and moving around. Tough test. Innings here will certainly bolster his confidence.
Does he get a lot of runs in domestic cricket?
A lot of runs in first-class cricket. Was taken by surprise with an extra bounce, a mild appeal from the wicketkeeper.
Well, it's a tough gig this, because certain balls are climbing. Babar Azam is not going to go for a DRS. That's the length he needs to target for him, and that's an impossible ball really to be playing against. Just took off from nowhere. So difficult really to determine at what height the ball is going to come at you, and so you're always at a loss, not confident whether to go forward or back. That's played very nicely, adjusted that lifting delivery. 26 for 1.
turn examination against pace battery from Pakistan. Mohammad Wasim Jr. into the attack. Someone who brings the ball back into the right-hander. The ball is bouncing around. Never seen this much bounce on these pitches in Colombo. And leading the delivery outside the upper stump. It will be here during the LPL, but this is for the first time. I haven't seen on the television ever ball bouncing and moving around too much here.
This is average length in the power play. Afghanistan compared to Pakistan. Afghanistan a bit shorter to Pakistan, and Pakistan have been able to get more bounce. Taller speedsters with more pace. That's a wide. He'd be just a little bit rusty, even though he had a big day yesterday. It was his birthday. It's just that he's been warming the bench now for a very long time, and this spasmodic appearance where you play at times you don't on most occasions can get you just a little bit nervous and anxious.
Hold him! Was he beaten with that delivery that kept low?
For a second, Devinder, you sounded like a Pakistani commentator. They're close, but that one keeping low. And that's an issue. It's a problem. Certain deliveries have took off, certain have kept low, and so you're never in as a batter.
Through the offside. Speed, also the length, the movement, combination of three. Against the batsman who's coming inside, though Ibrahim has been around and he's been batting superbly. A lot will depend on Ibrahim's batting performance today to have any hope of winning this game for Afghanistan. Plenty of batters to come. Gulbuddin has been added in the side today, taking wickets, and he's a handy bat to get into that situation of getting, for example, 50 or 30 balls or 25 balls. He can finish those matches. That's one go on a pitch where the ball is behaving indifferently.
Batsman can do is to stop worrying about the variable bounce. Yes, it is a hit, it is a problem, but you can't overanalyze it. So take it out of your system and you'll be okay. Not exactly okay, but you'd be in a better position to play the ball. Showing his palm fingers to the physio, Rizwan. He wasn't comfortable really receiving the ball. It's thudded into his gloves many a times. Some have jumped, some have come at a rapid pace. They would want their premier keeper to be in good physical condition come the Asia Cup and the World Cup. That's good. Shaheen Shah Afridi just letting his partner know which areas to attack, where to bowl. It's a bit of a reassurance to the 22-year-old. One wicket has gone down. Gurbaz there not been able to look after that in-swinging angle, and it would have gone on to clip the leg stump. Given by the umpire, so the decision was upheld. It's been a record performance by Gurbaz when it comes to ODI hundreds. He's in the top list of scoring 5 in no time. So all he has to do is to work on his temperament on tough pitches and improve his technique around that off-stump line.
Well, he's been playing a lot of T10 and T20 cricket all around the world. That exposure is getting, but against the white ball in shorter formats. What differently should he do to become a compact batsman like Ibrahim Zafran or, for example, Riyaz Sow?
He's very good against the short ball. He's very good at touching the ball, but when it comes to driving the ball, at times he is not directly in line with the ball. And so he's got to pick the line early and play as late as possible, as they say, on a seaming condition. You've got to do that regularly, and then you've got to fight. In this circuit, you get world-class bowlers, and so if you give up easily and not are able to fight, then your tenure obviously reduces at the crease. The chances to succeed reduce.
The more chances against Pakistan can help against Ace Battery. Also, maybe exploring the opportunity of going to England and playing county cricket.
Yes, I mean, it was a great series, and he made the headlines, and that's what you do as an opener against Pakistan. That's a lovely delivery, shape away, and it had more bounce this time. Just hang in there. I think that is what Afghanistan need to do. 10-run partnership of 22, and it is difficult at pace to manage that line and that sideways movement. Yeah, so making the headlines, and I think he did make the headlines. Gets Afghanistan in the headlines as well for all the right reasons, and he's got to look to do that more often.
Beaten with a beauty. Movement away from the right end of the outswinger. 9 overs gone, 27 for 1, Afghanistan.
Look at the seam position and movement. This is a line where a batsman needs to commit. Such a difficult ball to handle.
Top competitions coming up, the Asia Cup, the World Cup. At this point of time, Pakistan with 36 for 1. Afghanistan not far behind, 27 for 1. There has been conscious effort made to give opportunities to young and upcoming players from Afghanistan. Thinking about relaunching the Afghanistan Premier League. Which you work there as an administrator, as a commentator, you've seen the development of PSL. You've been there as a commentator for IPL as well. How that type of competition can help in the development of players, especially for upcoming talent.
You see, it's a priceless situation for Afghanistan. Youngsters to share dugout with the internationals. With the guys have made a name for themselves. Obviously, ideas will be shared. They'll get a lot of confidence sharing the dugout with the greats of the game. And it's good that it's happening in 2024. APL.
Solid in defense. 5 teams participating. Talent from different parts of Afghanistan. 34 provinces they play cricket. It's been centered around Kabul and regions around Nangarhar. That might just give the inspiration to the talent emerging from the peripheral region of Afghanistan as well.
Not only sharing the dugout with the greats of the game, but they'll probably be taught about game awareness, how to read the situation, how to read a pitch, how to apply yourself. Look at Gurbaz, how well he's matured as a strike league talent. First preference at the IPL, first preference here for LPL. Sought after striker. He plays PSL also. Can find 3-4 who can be the globe trotters for you. Then Afghanistan will be in good hands when it comes to playing the international circuit.
World-class spinners, Rashid Khan, Nabi Mujib, traveling around playing different competitions, and especially batters will get the opportunity to play against high-quality oppositions. The bowlers, the experience of handling situations. Upishly played, just falling short of fielder at a gully position.
So I don't know why a gully is not positioned. This pair threatened Babar Azam? No. Are they looking to dominate? No. Are they looking to survive? Yes. So if you're looking to survive, then you can be aggressive against them, and you are getting these deliveries from that good length area to rear up. Get that man in.
Short point in position. Third man on the boundary. Just one slip. The ball moving around.
This situation actually forces the captain to be aggressive. And it's a tailor-made situation for Babar to be aggressive.
Nicely punched into the gap. Should be back for third.
He's got a rocket arm, Wasim Jr. But it was threaded through beautifully. There's a narrow gap in the air to thread it. Nicely playing that one. Hitting the square and the extra bit of bounce, making sure that the ball avoided that short point fielder.
For Ibrahim Jadran.
Yeah, this pitch is a difficult one. If you are a seriously good bowling attack, fast bowling attack, then your survival squeezes as a batting unit. The chances are slim here for Afghanistan to deal with that extra bit of spice, life, sideways movement of the surface. That one came back, wobbly seam, feather edge to keeper's gloves. Easily done by the keeper. Is just about the right pace and the right bowler to tease you and send you back to the dugout. Jadran gone for naught, 30 for 2.
Rashmatullah Shahidi, the captain of the side, 97 being his best score, averaging 31, the first double centurion in Test match cricket for Afghanistan. Man for crisis, for difficult situations.
Off a signal by the umpire. 4 players allowed outside the 30-yard circle. Pakistan would want more in the ring. They're bossing this. 30 for 2, Afghanistan struggling. He got a good one from Fahim Ashraf. It was a little fuller and it was straight, but awkward bounce, extra bit of bounce, taking the edge of the bat. And so when the bounce is variable, you've got to keep your bat very close to your pad, very close to your body, because let's have a look at the variable bounce. So what happens is, if you have a high wind, then you can miss the ball. And these are difficult deliveries to tackle. That one schooled along, others are reared, and so what you need to do is to make sure that your bat is alongside your body. and you're looking to defend first rather than winding up to hit hard. I think your first line of defense has got to be block. And if you get an opportunity, see a bit of width.
Gorgeous city, this Colombo.
It becomes a mental game. It becomes a technical game. It becomes a game of nerve and temperament.
And awareness about what can be done on a given surface, identifying the shots. Do they identify the shots before coming into bat, or just assess the situation, which conditions look, because they keep changing at times?
I think you have this general map in your mind of how to go about batting on a surface like this. And then there was this great template of Rizwan and Babar as a pair. They were very, very cautious early on. Nothing happened for the first 10 overs when they were together. It was all about managing the situation and not getting out.
Almost chopped that onto the stumps. Hard hands. Will pick up a lucky boundary.
Yeah, it's not a pitch where you play with hard hands. It's about playing with your wrist and playing it late. I'm sure the pressure of scoreboard and the run rate subsiding, dwindling a little bit is causing a bit of stir in the mind of the batters.
Erasing that shot from the memory, linking the mind. Airborne. And the miss will prompt the batter to come back for the second, just a single. A boundary and a single from the over. 11 overs gone, 35 for 2. These are tough conditions to bat at the moment. Afghanistan are 2 down for 35 in 11 overs. Happy captain getting a half century to his credit as well, and his team has been responding well with ball in hand. A lot is happening up the pitch. Riyad's 22. Hashmatullah yet to open his account. Airborne coming fine. A streaky boundary for Riaz.
Well, you've got to be lucky to survive on this pitch. He was clearly late on that short ball. Lucky in the end. That could have been a top edge or a keeper's catch.
This pitch reminds me pitches in South Africa, Durban, or pitches in West Indies, especially in early 90s or 80s. You played in that era, Ramesh. How challenging was that for you?
Very challenging, because it was about self-preservation. It was then about surviving as an individual to make it for the next match, scoring few runs. It was extremely difficult. And early on against the Windies, when they were in their prime, we were a bit like Afghanistan is today. So every team goes through this. It's a rebuilding process for Afghanistan. It's about learning from a match situation. It's about not giving up, about learning from this experience. And So if you got a 50 against West Indies, when they were on top of the world, it meant everything to you, to the team. In fact, all the teammates got impressed, and you would sort of be picked again, unfortunately, against them for the series, because even if you wanted to be the 12th man, you couldn't. It's about having strong body language. I think a challenge demands you to have a strong body language, and that is what we've seen from Riaz so far. He's not flinched, and he's played that shot well, getting right behind the line of the ball. So what happens is that if you bat like that, it gives a lot of calmness to the dugout. So you're sending strong signals back to the mates that, look, this is manageable. This is a doable job. So yes, you'll get an awkward delivery every now and then. You can survive it, and then, as you said, blank it out and move on.
Any interesting battle between bowlers and yourself in that era in West Indies, you remember?
It was ball bossing us all the time. There was no conversation because you didn't last long enough to have a conversation.
The boundary of the first ball, 4 dot balls. Riaz 26 of 45, patient, trying to weather the storm from the pace bowling attack of Pakistan. Ball is moving around in different bounds as well. A lot of challenges. He's coming back in the side. That itself is a challenge to cement your position in the team. Playing it late. Just 4 from the over. 12 gone, 39 for 2. Afghanistan need another 230 runs to win from 38 overs. Plenty of batters to come. 2 batters. Riaz with good technique, relatively, and Hashmat with a lot of experience. Sadab Khan, leg spinner into the attack. And this should be interesting because good player of spin bowling. Afghanistan batters.
This is their window of opportunity against spin. Pakistan not as heavyweight as Afghanistan spinners. So you can put them under pressure.
Strike rotation is going to be key. Getting into the second gear, third gear, shifting momentum slowly rather than looking to attack straight away, get into the game. Required rate, just about 6.
The other thing is that when you're forced into a shell, it becomes just a little bit tough to get out of it. Because you forget about aggression, you forget about how good you are against certain deliveries, certain lengths. For example, that full toss in a normal situation would have been put away for 4. But because they've been forced into, it's not exactly submission, but forced into a defensive frame of mind, that you miss out on such deliveries. Somehow they've got to reboot. Especially against Shadab, and Nawaz will be on show very soon as well. Look at that, it reared from the good length, it had spin and everything, and difficult.
Getting the ball, drift and turn and bounce. should there be a fielder, a short leg position.
My point is, who should be setting the field for these bowlers? The bowlers themselves, because they've played enough cricket to realize what works for them. They're reading the batsman better than the captain. They know how much the ball is turning or seaming around. They should be setting the field.
Oh, that ball, Googly turned away from the left-hand batter. 3 runs from the over, 13 gone, 42 for 2, Afghanistan.
Next big event, Asia Cup, 30th August to 17th September. Get your tickets now, pcb.bookme.pk. It's a big event. Nothing can be bigger than Pakistan versus India, and they play twice at least, and then can meet in the final as well. A lot of countries are involved. Asian bloc, Sri Lanka won the last Asia Cup. They were brilliant against Pakistan in the final at Dubai. Nepal will be featuring for the first time in Asia Cup, so best of luck to Nepal. Afghanistan will be there, so this is a good series for them to learn from Pakistan, and what better to do next time when they are involved against Pakistan and in Asia Cup.
Afghanistan will be playing 2 matches in Lahore, and they spend a lot of time here in Sri Lanka. Conditioning camps series against Sri Lanka. A teams playing here as well. Conditioned players for the situations, for the conditions for Afghanistan. There has been some planning behind staging the series here in Sri Lanka as well. Easily playing this.
I just hope we get better pitches here in Sri Lanka. You'll get great pitches in Pakistan, great batting surfaces. It's good in a way that they've been playing a couple of matches in Lahore. They'll get some confidence, runs under the belt, and come here on difficult pitches. You can deal with that situation when you're in good form as a batting side. Deal with that a little better, what I've meant to say. Good pace, 141 clicks. And that's the other thing about Pakistan bowling attack and some of the bench strength that they've got. Last time we counted, there were 14 fast bowlers in Pakistan circuit that could bowl more than 140 clicks. 140 plus. That is such a value.
Also in Asian conditions, Australia coming to India and beating them in Indian conditions because of their fast bowlers. In the World Cup, Asia Cup, fast bowlers will have a big role to play against big teams with the possibility of dew as well.
I think in 50 overs cricket, you'll get the advantage of reverse swing as well. Pakistan are quite well equipped to bowl reverse. That'll be an added advantage to Shaheen Afridi and company. This fella is not bad. He can bowl wonderfully well with the old ball. The Seam Junior.
Hitting the seam, squared him up. But Afghanistan is also consciously working towards finding the fast bowlers 140 plus. Conducted fast bowling camp as well before this series. It's down to third man. Also, they got Navid Lasandana in High Performance Center in Kabul. Trained the fast bowlers. And we will spend some time with the Afghanistan fast bowlers before that as well in Abu Dhabi. Good crop of fast bowlers coming through. They need a little bit of training and conditioning.
Since the 2019 World Cup, Afghanistan's fast bowling has been impressive. It's just that so much focus is on Rashid Khan and Nabi and Mujib that they forget the value of fast bowling. And they quite a few young upcoming fast bowlers coming through, as you rightly mentioned, with pace, with attitude. All they need is better game awareness, when to bowl a Yorker or a slow ball. That's a nice shot, beautifully timed. That will go and hit the fence in no time. Great end to the over. Afghanistan 47 for the loss of 2, and we'll have a little pause here for drinks.
Emperor Babur is buried in Kabul.
That's right, and the place is called Bagh-e-Babur, which will mean the garden of Babur, where his tomb is. I'm impressed with your knowledge and history knowledge and all that.
I've got a match show, and it's a stiff contest, and you're winning hands down, by the way. Well done.
Thank you very much. That's really kind of you, Ramesh. It's an honor being part of the same commentary panel with you, and we absolutely are enjoying your mesmerizing voice and the way you put words and you just add to the beauty of the game. Thank you.
I can drop the mic and retire now. That's gone past the man at shot fine. Afghanistan, they need this. Bit of rhythm, momentum, bit of freedom to hit the ball, over pitched and slicing it.
An excellent player of spin bowling, Hashmatullah Shahidi. He knows the areas, especially square of the wicket. Both the batters like Hashmat and Riaz, a partnership developing.
So this could be a good phase for Afghanistan. Just don't lose a wicket. Make sure you drag this now to maybe 100 for 2. And then it'll become just a bit easy to target that score.
It's drop and run. They follow the template laid down by Babar and Rizwan till the 30th, maybe 35th over. Afghanistan, they got batters in the dugout who can do the job. Gulbuddin in particular can get 50 of 25 if it is required in the death overs.
Pakistan through spin must look to pick wickets, and I think that's been an issue. Because after the platform is laid down by the pacers, the next in line more proactive and aggressive when it comes to attacking the opposition. This is a tailor-made situation, perfect situation for Shadab to experiment with that delivery that will probably provide him with a breakthrough, maybe more flight, or try to bowl him between bat and pad by flighting the googly.
Messy turn. He's tossing the ball up, getting the ball to dip and turn and bounce.
Make him drive, force him to be on the front foot, only then that extravagant leg spin or spin will work.
Nicely managed eventually. 15 overs bowled, 52 for 2, Afghanistan.
The required rate's gone over 6 to the over here. I know that Pakistan in their last 20 overs went at 8s. I don't think that this pitch is getting easier to bat on. There's significant turn, and for the seamers there is certainly some inconsistent bounce. And when I say that, the ball's going up, not necessarily staying down, it is going up.
Absolutely, it's been a test so far for the Afghanistan batters. Plenty of support for Pakistan today. And around the Al Qassi Stadium, plenty of them. Come in numbers. Kuna in the far distance. Beautiful side of Colombo. Plenty of good players to visit HD. Been here for a while.
You can go up there, can't you?
You could. There's a rotating restaurant up there. Plenty of things to do. The last year onward, Sri Lanka has come from where I was. So it is safe to say that country is back to normality for the moment.
At what point here? At what point do Afghanistan say, right, we need to just pick it up a little bit? I know they will reflect on how Pakistan played and say, well, we can do the same. But inevitably, it doesn't really work like that. You want to try and stay as close to the run rate as possible. I don't want to let it get to 7 too quickly. Oh, that's quick.
Look at the new ball, especially the fast bowlers bowling the way they do. Even Fahim Ashraf was getting it to rip through, and Mohammad Wasim bowling at almost 144 clicks. I reckon with the batters, it's important that not to be too positive too early. We all know how fragile the middle order of Afghanistan. Mohammad Rizwan and Babar Azam did. These two pair in the middle, got to do that. The foundation. The last 10 to 15 knows if they can get 7 runs per over, they are still in the game.
If you bat at this rate, by the time you get to the last 10 or 15 overs, you won't need 7 and over, you'll need 10 and over. because if they go at 3s and 4s, that will get to 7 extremely quickly.
Honestly, I think it's been a fantastic start so far, and the runs making has been really hard. After 15.5 overs, almost 16 overs, is almost equal. 58 for 2 Pakistan were. Similarly, I think it's very important these two batters get their foundation right.
Again, pacey. Into the 16th, 55 for 2. Is 32 or 55. He's hung in there. He was thrust to the top of the order because of Ibrahim Zadran had been off the field for a period of time, so he couldn't open the batting. So what's happening at the moment here is we've just been informed that there's some technical difficulties going on at the moment with Hawkeye. They'll try and get them up and running as soon as possible, but the captains are being informed that DRS is not available at the moment. Two overs since the last boundary. And that is 2 overs since the last boundary. He's quite a cool customer, the captain. Likes to bat long periods of time. Got a double 100 in a test match. He got that double 100 against Zimbabwe in Abu Dhabi a couple of years ago.
One thing that he has to improve in international cricket is to play fast bowling. Most of the teams in Ashfaqullah Shahidi is at strike to use that bouncer. Keep him guessing even in test cricket and even in one-day cricket. The length has been quite short. Something they changed. That's something that Shahidi got to look after. But when it comes to spinners, he got all the strokes to survive.
Look, he had a very nasty blow in Bangladesh a few months back. Tuskin was the fast bowler, Tuskin Ahmed. So that can sometimes have an effect on you, and take a little bit of time to sort of build up that courage again after you've had a nasty blow. You know, a lot of players get hit, but it was a nasty one for him. A fairly defensive field still. The amount of spin, there's no slip. Very tidy over, just one from it, 56 for 2.
Quickly bowled that time by Shadab Khan. Don't think Riaz Hassan did pick it. There was 4 written all over it. Bowling was there as well as the line, unfortunately. It's been a struggle so far. 17 overs, 56 for 2. Fast bowlers running the show in variable bounce, making batsmen uncomfortable. Even the spinners giving the overs through because of that.
it was in junior. 0 for 14 and 4. They haven't used their fifth bowler as of yet, Pakistan, but their seamers are racing in here, all going over 140 kilometers an hour. So now they're behind Pakistan, or Afghanistan are behind Pakistan at a similar point, and that does concern me a little bit.
Skipper Babar Azam has the option in the boundary lineup, maybe 2. In fact, 2, yeah. Still attacking Shahidi with the slip Penegali. Very impressive. Looking for wickets.
Disappointing really with the 2 deliveries there. The captain gives you a slip and has a gully, and the ball's around leg stumpish. It's a little too tight. I know that Wasim Juni doesn't want to give Shahidi width to be able to cut him, but I think that Babar Azam was saying, look, I need you to go across the left-hander here. I feel he might just push at it.
Good point, HD. That's happened to me as well on playing days. As soon as the cow point comes forward, if the left hand is batting, gets too straight, don't want to give any width. But in those occasions, Shahid is just digging back into the backfield. That's where I think if he can bowl the sucker ball just outside the off stump into the front foot, that's definitely a wicket-taking ball. And you need to have the courage, and the experience matters too. I think Mohammad Wasim Jr. played enough cricket in his highest level to understand that. And get that line. Shahidi not moving his front foot that much. That will be a wicket-taking ball for sure.
I think Pakistan and Babar Azam at the moment are just quite content to try and get this run rate up. It's now at 6.5. As I mentioned to you a little bit earlier, just a couple more tight overs and it gets to 7, and it can get out of hand very quickly. By the time they get to those 10, 15 to go that you were talking about, they might need 10 and over.
He's hanging out with the back foot. He was not that short. Just back off the length, but Shahidi just batting so deep in the crease, waiting for anything short. And straight away after that stroke, the car point drops back. Only 2 deliveries to go. Square leg goes down as well. Somehow Mohammad Wasim has to have the courage to pitch it up. The only criticism I have towards him, other than that, pace, the bounce, the movement, all brilliant. But just that length in these kind of pitches where it's helpful, it's important. Deep square leg.
ये मैच कुछ ही देर में बंद हो जाएगा, लिहाजा लिंक पर जाइए और फुल एचडी मैच देखें. ये मैच कुछ ही देर में बंद हो जाएगा, लिहाजा लिंक पर जाइए और फुल एचडी मैच देखें. ये मैच कुछ ही देर में बंद हो जाएगा, लिहाजा लिंक पर जाइए और फुल एचडी मैच देखें. ये मैच कुछ ही देर में बंद हो जाएगा, लिहाजा लिंक पर जाइए और फुल एचडी मैच देखें. ये मैच कुछ ही देर में बंद हो जाएगा, लिहाजा लिंक पर जाइए और फुल एचडी मैच देखें. ये मैच कुछ ही देर में बंद हो जाएगा, लिहाजा लिंक पर जाइए और फुल एचडी मैच देखें. ये मैच कुछ ही देर में बंद हो जाएगा, लिहाजा लिंक पर जाइए और फुल एचडी मैच देखें. ये मैच कुछ ही देर में बंद हो जाएगा, लिहाजा लिंक पर जाइए फुल एचडी मैच देखें. ये मैच कुछ ही देर में बंद हो जाएगा, लिहाजा लिंक पर जाइए और फुल एचडी मैच देखें. ये मैच कुछ ही देर में बंद हो जाएगा, लिहाजा लिंक पर जाइए और फुल एचडी मैच देखें. ये मैच कुछ ही देर में बंद हो जाएगा, लिहाजा लिंक पर जाइए और फुल एचडी मैच देखें. ये मैच कुछ ही देर में बंद हो जाएगा, लिहाजा लिंक पर जाइए और फुल एचडी मैच देखें. ये मैच
Beautifully bowled. And the problem here for Afghanistan is that Shadab is spinning it both ways. And now a slip does come into place. Yeah, this is better.
And the mid-on up as well, inviting the batsman to go against the turn as we speak. Shadab Khan signaling, I think, Saud Shakil to go back to long on. I would like to see him in the 30-yard circle zone.
Yeah, but I think the reason behind the long on going back and the long off going back is not necessarily from a defensive perspective. I think what Shadab is wanting Riaz to do is push at the ball, is to try and push it down the ground for one, and in doing so, possibly the ball can go to slip.
Game of cat and mouse going on at the moment. Shadab Khan being the lead spinner. To bowl Mohammad Nawaz is a left batsman. He's been playing a lot of cricket.
Partnership 28 of 53 deliveries. Not going anywhere yet. Googly. A maiden. 58 for 2.
Firebird. Magic in the wings.
Salmanaga. Just wonder whether you get the same sort of movement from that far end. Some offies. Or fielded. The big fast bowler got down well there. Beaten him, it would have raced away for 4.
100%. Did really well, Shaheen Shah Afridi. It was kidding off the outfield. But in the end, brilliant. It's like what you'd want to see from your big fast bowler.
And again, he needs to get his length right here. Again, that field with the long off, which is, the long off's very, very square, not a straight long off. But if he gets the length right, he's asking Hashmatullah to try and push the ball down the ground. He's busy man.
I tell you what Babar Azam will do well is to change Shaheen Shah Afridi. 3 deliveries, cow point, off spinning bowling with a left hand on strike. That's a business line. And this is where Babar Azam got to be a little careful. Look after his fast bowler as well as get the best fielder possible by all means. The right-hander Riyad Hassan, there's no slip field in the offside. Babar Azam shifting across to the leg gully. That will tell me that the line will be middle and leg stump.
The first real show of intent here. This is the bowler. Surely this is the bowler that Afghanistan will look at. Squeezed away, that'll be one more.
Right option taken by Riyaz Hassan. He's trying to go over mid-off. The first delivery, smashed it really well but only found the fielder. Second, it was in the arc but it was too full. Good getting through some cheap overs, Pakistan.
So just 2 from that over, and that required rate now touches 7. 60 for 2. Did well to get to 268. Pakistan, Rizwan and Baba were very watchful up front, and then the acceleration took place, and Agar and Nawaz, their partnership was instrumental.
Give you a small lead. Last 30 deliveries, just 8 runs scored. That's how well. And for me, these two batters, it's going through the motions. Slot sweep. Fakhar Zaman takes it. And this was on the cards, with the amount of pressure being added to these Afghanistan batters. In the end, pays off with Shadab Khan striking and a good catch by Fakhar Zaman.
Something had to give. Afghanistan were going nowhere, and eventually Riaz decides it's on my shoulder. Fakhar Zaman hesitates and then realizes, hang on a second, I can get this. Takes the catch comfortably in the end and gives Shadab a well-deserved wicket. So Riaz Hassan goes for 34 in 66 deliveries. Afghanistan 60 for 3. Shahid Kamal. So 2 left-handers at the crease now. We might see a whole heap of wrong-uns bowled here by Shadab. But he is going absolutely. He's gone for 9 runs. He really is spinning it. These are perfect conditions for the leg spinner. And we did say that throughout the Lankan Premier League he had actually got tougher to bat at night. So often that isn't the case in day-night fixtures when there's a little bit of dew around, the ball skips on nicely and batters love it. But here, it has not been the case in the last few weeks. It has become harder and harder. We've seen the seamers getting uncomfortable bounce, and now we're seeing the spinners getting plenty of turn.
Shahid Kamal is a good player. Did saw him during the ACC Imagine Asia Cup. Played really well. He played some important knocks, bowled well as well. And he's here. Riaz Hassan was trying to up the ante, trying to go probably over mid-wicket, the slog sweep, just getting the top edge, and a good catch. Fakhar Zaman, never easy under lights, dark skies, to run forward the way he did, kept his eyes and did the damage.
Nicely bowled. Right, now does it fall on the captain? And when I say up the ante, I'm not saying you need to slog, but they need to get a little bit busier. So maybe a little lap where you and out. Now they are in serious trouble.
To the final lane in Afghanistan's coffin for this game. That was short, mid-wicket in, mid-on in. Is the thing Hasbullah Shahidi did was to smash it straight to the short mid-wicket fielder. It's been a tough knock, 13 of 31 deliveries, that's how well the Pakistanis have bowled. Imamul Haq, easy as it gets. And Shadab Khan in 1 over breaks the backbone of Afghanistan middle order with wickets of Riaz Hassan first and skipper Hasbullah Shahidi is second. Frustration, disappointment, but in the end there was Hasbullah Shahidi gone for 13 of 31. Afghanistan in trouble, 61 for 4.
Was very good with the ball, finds himself walking in at number 6, so still no Mohammad Nabi, which is a bit surprising. I'm surprised that Nabi hasn't walked in, to be honest. I know, he's the most experienced player. Gulbadin's only just come into the side. I know he's played plenty of cricket for Afghanistan, but just drafted into the starting 11 now.
A great opportunity for him. He's having a tough battle with Azmatullah Mirzai as the seam bowling all-rounders berth. Bowled well, 9 overs for 36.
Well, maybe that is why he's been sent in. Into the 21st, 61 for 4.
Bowled well for his 9 overs, 36 for 1, and he's here because Azmatullah Shahidi with mid-on up, mid-wicket up, just couldn't clear it. High in the bat, the pace off the pitch was quite quick from Shadab Khan. And Numamul Haq, it's an awkward height, made it look so easy. Got a start, but just couldn't kick on. The Afghan skipper.
Yep, it skipped on. It just got onto him a little bit too quickly and hit high up on the bat. No power. He looked disappointed, didn't he, the Afghanistan captain? But 13 off 31. I think he was starting to pile more pressure on his team. I mentioned to you a little earlier when they need to hang in there and knock it around and make sure that when they get to the last 10 or 15 overs that they need 7 and over. Well, what number are we talking now?
Someone has a player blind, out of their skin. That's exactly what they need. Now with the bowling attack what Pakistan possesses, even a left-arm spinner yet to bowl. That's a great bowling lineup. Remember, 2 of their frontline bowlers, quicks, aren't playing either. They would have been licking their lips looking at the pitch, the way it's bouncing, seaming to have bowling this.
Rizwan thinks that this just hits the pad first. I'm not sure it is. I think his bat might just clip his pad. But I don't think the ball hits the pad first. And Babar Azam agrees with me.
Really, really close to that pad. Replay will show us.
Got in this time. And Gulbadin doesn't even wait for the umpire's decision. Afghanistan now are in all sorts of trouble.
Catch by Mohammad Rizwan. Salman Aga is firing it in. Good length. Nothing shot in the end, but a good catch, Mohammad Rizwan. Going with the turn, looking at the ball to the last moment. Gulbadin made the ball really well. That was a fantastic opportunity to stake his claim, but in the end, gone without scoring. Afghanistan.
So it is Mohammad Nabi that makes his way to the middle now. The most experienced player in the Afghan lineup. I was a little bit surprised that he didn't walk in earlier. Strike rate of 85, which is very impressive in one-day international cricket. But he has batted up and down the batting order, various positions over the course of his career. This was a good catch. There was quite a thick outside edge here. Yep, snaffles it. I got you. Good catch.
There was some deviation at Rizwan. Brilliantly taken. After that delivery, Babar Azam brings himself to the slip area. That's good thinking. I think the short fine leg fielder is moving across to the car point area. Down is going to be the one going with the arm. Oh. I think 3 times the fielder, I think Shaud Shakil was at fine leg, car point in the end. Babar Azam makes up his mind. It's going to be a car point fielder.
I'm actually surprised at this field. So he's got 5 on the offside and 4 on the leg side. on a surface that is actually turning quite significantly. I would backward point moving into a fielding position on the leg side, maybe even leg slip. If Nabi tries to get the ball behind point, he could lose his stumps.
Exactly for that, I think. SG, one goes with the arm. 22 gone, 62 for 5. Good point you brought up, SG. If it was a ranked turner, and Salman Aga likes to turn the ball much, but I think he just likes to fire it in. And most of the time when you bowl in that line, cow point, even a forward defense goes to that area, a thick outside edge will be a boundary. So that's a risk that Babar Azam don't want to take. But I'm with you. Would like to see, especially with Mohammad Nabi, just into the crease, a leg gully, playing with his mind, playing with his ego.
So Shahid has had to watch the carnage from the other end here. He's 2 or 4 deliveries, the left-hander. And this keeps happening. And you can also understand he wants to play the game at his pace.
Right, temptation for Shahid. Down up, mid off up. He'll take it up. First ball shot up, Khan Googly. Invitation is being offered.
The problem for Afghanistan is they've lost 3 quick wickets, one at 60, one at 61 and one at 62. So these two now almost need to try and rebuild, and in doing that, that required rate will go up even further. So the rebuild needs to be runs scored, can't just back the ball back.
Benefit for all our viewers. Last 30 deliveries, 4 runs and 3 wickets. That's how well Pakistan are bowled, and Afghans are bad. Unfortunately, got to say this, they've been completely bamboozled by spin at both the ends.
Yeah, I think I agree with you, but I don't think it's been the easiest pitch, the easiest one-day pitch to bat on. It took a real gritty performance from Babar Azam and from Mohammad Rizwan to give them that platform which allowed them that acceleration towards the back end, but it wasn't easy, and it continues to be tough.
I think that's why HT, after today, most likely Pakistan will be the #1 team in the world. Going gets tough to senior players, put their hands up, get the job done, takes responsibility.
So just a single off that over. That's 23 gone now. Afghanistan are chugging along. That's 63 for 5. Three for 5. 206 still needed. 27 overs left. Pakistan have done well here today, as the previous crew were just saying. Good fight back.
ये मैच कुछ ही देर में बंद हो जाएगा, लिहाजा लिंक पर जाइए और फुल एचडी मैच देखें। ये मैच कुछ ही देर में बंद हो जाएगा, लिहाजा लिंक पर जाइए और फुल एचडी मैच देखें। ये मैच कुछ ही देर में बंद हो जाएगा, लिहाजा लिंक पर जाइए और फुल एचडी मैच देखें। ये मैच कुछ ही देर में बंद हो जाएगा, लिहाजा लिंक पर जाइए और फुल एचडी मैच देखें। ये मैच कुछ ही देर में बंद हो जाएगा, लिहाजा लिंक पर जाइए और फुल एचडी मैच देखें। ये मैच कुछ ही देर में बंद हो जाएगा, लिहाजा लिंक पर जाइए और फुल एचडी मैच देखें। ये मैच कुछ ही देर में बंद हो जाएगा, लिहाजा लिंक पर जाइए और फुल एचडी मैच देखें। ये मैच कुछ ही देर में बंद हो जाएगा, लिहाजा लिंक पर जाइए और फुल एचडी मैच देखें। ये मैच कुछ ही देर में बंद हो जाएगा, लिहाजा लिंक पर
but there is only so much you can do in that time. Yeah, well bowled. And this is where it is such a privilege in many ways for Babar Azam to be able to say at this stage of an innings, you've got 5 wickets in the bag, to be able to say, right, to Shaheen Shah Afridi, come up, step up, see if you can get another one, just keep the pressure on, you've got the pace, you've got the bounce. And it's been a pretty immaculate over actually so far. Down the edge first ball, one a little bit wider, but no runs from it yet in 4 balls, and he's been threatening that outside edge throughout. Still keeps the same line. Just the one though. A lot of ifs there. 24 overs in, 64 for 5. I'm afraid it's not as though he's been in the runs.
Look at that for a view, a mesmerizing view from Afghanistan. Been gifted with the beautiful nature. Afghanistan.
Oh, sorry for that. Where was that? That was Bamyan, was it?
Yeah, that's right.
Right, 64 for 5. 24 overs gone. We have another change. Mohammad Nawaz played a very handy knock with the bat, lower down the order. Left arm spin now has a chance as well.
It was the partnership that helped Pakistan compile 165 runs in the last 20 overs. The clinical thing in the innings of Pakistan was the way they built the innings when Babar Azam and Mohammad Rizwan were out in the middle. They absorbed the pressure. And once they had the platform, they capitalized on it And the result is that now they have such a huge total on the board. They'll be very comfortable what they have put on the board after their first innings batting display.
Well, they're treating Nawaz with a fair amount of respect here. This is what's known as gentle left arm spin. We've seen the real spinners of the ball in action at various stages of the day. He just kind of rolls the fingers over the top, relies on sort of line and length and just subtle varieties. Slides away off the outside part of the bat. Now, saw a few misfields in the field earlier with Afghanistan. That's one of the ones we've seen now with Pakistan as well.
I mean, you often hear welcome boundary, will say welcome misfield for Afghanistan's cause. At least it's been 63 deliveries since they have hit a boundary, and they've only been able to get 7 runs in the last 30 balls. So they gotta have to do something if they are really thinking about chasing this big 203 remaining runs to win this game.
Yeah, I mean, the reason for that lack of runs in that last 30 balls, as you were saying, is the wickets that fell. 3 wickets also fell in that same passage of play. That's what takes the heart out of any innings for any team. And let's face it, with the situation it is, the ones will not be enough. 67 for 5, halfway through. Yeah, this is one of those chases where I think everyone recognised it would be a tough chase. One of those chases where you hope that enough men contribute. But if you look at the scorecard, I mean, top score so far for Afghanistan is Riaz is 34. There's a 5, there's a 0, there's a 13, another 0. Those are not the scores that get you towards a target. Well, Nasim Shah not playing today. Babar Azam was and played a part. This man just loves playing all the time. Shah Shah Afridi. Now umpires coming together. Impossible to tell from here what they are discussing out in the middle. Okay, we've had this earlier as well in this innings. Hawkeye is not operational. So DRS suspended. Technical reasons, technical glitches. Apologies, dear old Hawk. So yes, so DRS will not be available at this stage. Umpires are still talking. We've got third umpire on the field again. He's ordering a cab for later. Yes, annoying, irritating, and DRS very much part of the game across the globe, across the world nowadays. And we've seen it used effectively today. Just for now, we'll have to do without it. Right, Shah Afridi. Good full face of the bat presented by Shahidullah. At 7 from 20. Nobody's faced 5 yet to get off the mark. And I asked Vidai not to look at the required run rate, so just upset him. But I'll tell him it's over 8s.
That's true. It's a big task, but then only tough times can make the tough men. So it's out of such situation, if you can take your team out, you get the recognition. You've been playing cricket for so long. You've represented Afghanistan across the world, in international leagues, have a lot of experience. So if there are hopes to be made from, particularly between these two, would be more from Muhammad Nabi. It's, as I've been saying, not an easy task, but at least need to start showing the intent, need to start taking overs, 6 runs in over, 7 runs in over, do not take risks, and see if you can drag it a little forward, and then at one stage maybe you will see that it becomes probable.
I'm going to have to ask you the obvious question. Given the circumstances, given what we're looking at, given the Pakistan bowling attack, given the pitch, how do you force the pace without taking risks?
There's a word called miracle. I'm asking for a miracle, I guess.
No further questions, my lad.
No, it's tough. It's not easy, absolutely. I mean, you're spot on. See, from the cricketing viewpoint, this is not an easy task. The bowlers are in good rhythm, and on the top of that, the wicket's been behaving. There's been really big bounce on the wicket. And at times, we've seen uneven bounce as well that is going to further create second thoughts in the mind of the batsman. So it's not an easy task ahead of him, but then what can you do? I mean, you always need to play for the win. So it'll only be a matter of time to see how they can adjust according to the situation and see if we could at least start seeing some intent from both Muhammad Nabi and Shahidullah Kamal and try and pursue the target. Make your best effort. Let's see what happens. Well, if anything is going to make it more difficult, these short pitch deliveries. In Afghanistan not being very comfortable with the short pitch deliveries, you wouldn't be expecting him to take on the short pitch. And I think one of the other issues was that when they start going after the bowlers after the 20th over, they decided to go after Shadab Khan. Maybe Salman Ali Agha could have been an easier option to go after. Then again, it's just a tough day in the office for the Afghanistan cricket.
Well, there's a bit of a truism about all this. 68 for 5 after 26. And that is that most of the time, not necessarily 100% of the time, most of the time, a strong side up against a less strong side, I'm keeping it as simple as I can here, will come out on top. Afghanistan, I give them immense credit for all they've done over the years. You know, from the inception of the Afghanistan national team to where they are now in a World Cup coming up in a few weeks' time, and with some brilliant players, some absolutely brilliant players, but the depth isn't quite there when you have a team like Pakistan in this sort of form. Mohammad Nawaz again, second over for him. If you're talking about anyone trying to make an inroad into this Pakistan attack at the moment, this is the gentlest you'll get from Pakistan. You know, gentle, rolled left arm orthodox spin.
I really doubt he's not one. He's actually he's been one of the attacking bowlers for Afghanistan. He takes wicket and he bowls wicket to wicket.
Let me put it
another option. Let's get another one.
Give me pads, gloves, and a bat, and I'll show you what I would do.
Of course, you would just rock out there.
No. I'm not saying that. I'm not saying that. Not saying that. But of all the options, I'm just going to tell you this. Of all the options out there, yeah, he's no mug. He's not a mug at all. He gets the ball is in the right place pretty much all the time for sure. But if you're going to try and make some sort of impression, use your feet. You can get down to him because it's gentle pace. Yes, there'll be tiny varieties, but you can get at least play some shots, and that would give you what you're asking for.
I think looking at all the bowlers that Pakistan has, you need to come out with the mindset, believe that winning is not everything. Winning is the only thing. Once you have that mindset that I am pursuing to win the game and not to just play 50 overs. I mean, absolutely, Afghanistan need to hold their heads high. The way they performed in the second ODI, that was phenomenal. I mean, the innings from Rahmanullah Gurbaz was one for ages to remember. But given circumstances, I think they need to start looking at what are they chasing, at what pace they need to start calibrating their chase, because it just can't work this way. If you're wasting overs, not getting enough runs, not even getting 6 runs, it will not take you anywhere.
Well, there are many phrases that deal with the situation. They are caught between the devil and the deep blue sea.
Oh yeah.
71 for 5. Yeah, it's turned into an absolute struggle here. 16 runs in the last 11 overs. The scoring rate has dropped almost as far as it can, but that's the pressure that Pakistan have applied. All credit to Pakistan for the way they've done that. The key is taking wickets, and you keep the pressure on and you get those wickets, the pressure builds yet again. It's self-fulfilling. Tough for both Shahidullah and even for Mohammad Nabi, who might have been around for 15 years of Afghan cricket. He might have seen it all as well, but even the experience, even all that talent, it's still going to be tough for him. The odd run just coming off the outside part of the bat, it's just one of those situations where it just seems as though Pakistan can do no wrong and Afghanistan just can do no right.
Unfortunately.
Indeed.
I mean, fans across the world want to see competitive cricket, so it's important that they put quite into this from year to year.
A quick word about Saud Shakil. There was talk earlier, Ramiz for instance was talking earlier, that he was unlucky not to be in the Asia Cup squad. He's now in it. So whether it was the power of Ramiz's words on TV or just a logical response in the think tank, in the way in those that are responsible for Pakistan cricket, he has now been included in the squad. So good news for him.
There we go, we just see the confirmation. So Shakil has been added into the squad and he just showed to us how he plays. Well, I believe it's important that the talent get recognized and get ample opportunities.
Indeed, it wasn't his day today. He was ran himself out really sadly, for 9 I think it was. Trying to steal a single, had to be sent back, was nowhere near when it was Ramanathan Gurbaz who threw the stumps down. One of the talents that Ramiz was talking about actually is that he's a very, very good player of spin. And in both the Asia Cup and the World Cup that follows, slow pitches, potentially spinning pitches, potentially lots of spinners around, that skill will come in handy. Oh, that was close. That's a thick inside edge onto a pad. He's got to hurry through for this second, which he does. And those are things you have to do under these circumstances. You've got to keep pressing, keep pushing.
Well, they picked the wrong fielder. Mohammad Wasim Jr. has got a rocket arm. But at the end of the day, they make it safe and they have to start taking
कुछ ही देर में बंद हो जाएगा, लिहाजा लिंक पर जाइए और फुल एचडी मैच देखें। ये मैच कुछ ही देर में बंद हो जाएगा, लिहाजा लिंक पर जाइए और फुल एचडी मैच देखें। ये मैच कुछ ही देर में बंद करें या नीचे डिस्क्रिप्शन में लिंक होगा, उस पर क्लिक करके लाइव मैच एंजॉय करें। दोस्तों, लाइव मैच देखने के लिए कमेंट या नीचे डिस्क्रिप्शन में लिंक होगा, उस पर क्लिक करके लाइव मैच एंजॉय करें। दोस्तों, लाइव मैच देखने के लिए कमेंट में लिंक पर क्लिक करके लाइव मैच एंजॉय करें या नीचे डिस्क्रिप्शन में लिंक होगा, उस पर क्लिक करके लाइव मैच एंजॉय करें। दोस्तों, लाइव मैच देखने के लिए कमेंट में लिंक पर क्लिक करके लाइव मैच एंजॉय करें या नीचे डिस्क्रिप्शन में लिंक होगा, उस पर क्लिक करके लाइव मैच एंजॉय करें। दोस्तों, लाइव मैच देखने के लिए कमेंट में लिंक पर क्लिक करके लाइव मैच एंजॉय करें या नीचे डिस्क्रिप्शन में लिंक होगा, उस पर क्लिक करके लाइव एंजॉय करें। दोस्तों, लाइव मैच देखने के लिए कमेंट में लिंक पर क्लिक करके लाइव मैच एंजॉय करें या नीचे डिस्क्रिप्शन में लिंक होगा, उस पर क्लिक करके लाइव मैच एंजॉय करें। दोस्तों, लाइव मैच देखने के लिए कमेंट में लिंक पर क्लिक करके लाइव मैच एंजॉय करें या नीचे डिस्क्रिप्शन में लिंक होगा, उस पर क्लिक करके लाइव मैच एंजॉय करें। दोस्तों, लाइव मैच देखने के लिए कमेंट में लिंक पर क्लिक करके लाइव मैच एंजॉय करें या नीचे डिस्क्रिप्शन में लिंक होगा, उस पर क्लिक। ये मैच कुछ ही देर में बंद हो जाएगा, लिहाजा लिंक पर जाइए और फुल एचडी मैच देखें। ये मैच
Okay, an extended drinks break. We have a few technical issues we've been trying to sort out during that as well, but play can restart. 74 for 5 after 28. 195 needed. Little top edge, perfectly safe, drops way away from that man down on the boundary behind square on the onside. Just to reiterate, we have no Hawkeye at the moment, therefore no DRS. So those decisions better be right.
Yes, Najee.
Well, Mohamed Nabi has not played a shot in anger yet. 3 from 13.
You think that'll be the trigger? Anger?
No.
I'm just joking. I mean, something needs to just give, right? Say, alright. Mohammad Rizwan, come on, say something. Somebody make him angry.
That's a good catch. I think he's just got his hands underneath it. Imam will hack again. Nabi's walking off slightly disconsolate. It might be some sort of attempt to just to double check, but I think Imam is confident. I think Pakistan are confident. It's a good piece of fielding.
Yeah, Muhammad Nabi deciding to milk this for a single goes aerial in. What a catch! What a beautiful pick that is from Imamul Haq. They've been really good in the field.
Well, he is one of the sharpest for Pakistan in those positions. Muhammad Nabi then 3 from 15. It gets worse for Afghanistan, 75 for 6, and he's on his way. Next man in, Rashid Khan, who at times has certainly enjoyed himself.
बंद हो जाएगा, लिहाजा लिंक पर जाइए और फुल एचडी मैच देखें। ये मैच कुछ ही देर में बंद हो जाएगा, लिहाजा लिंक पर जाइए और फुल एचडी मैच देखें। ये मैच कुछ ही देर में बंद हो जाएगा, लिहाजा लिंक पर जाइए और फुल एचडी मैच देखें। ये मैच कुछ ही देर में बंद हो जाएगा, लिहाजा लिंक पर जाइए और फुल एचडी मैच देखें। ये मैच कुछ ही देर में बंद हो जाएगा, लिहाजा लिंक पर जाइए और फुल एचडी मैच देखें। ये मैच कुछ ही देर में बंद हो जाएगा, लिहाजा लिंक पर जाइए और फुल एचडी मैच देखें। ये मैच कुछ ही देर में बंद हो जाएगा, लिहाजा लिंक पर जाइए और फुल एचडी मैच देखें। ये मैच कुछ ही देर में बंद हो जाएगा, लिहाजा लिंक पर जाइए और फुल एचडी मैच देखें। ये मैच कुछ ही देर में बंद हो जाएगा, लिहाजा लिंक पर जाइए और फुल एचडी मैच देखें। ये मैच कुछ ही देर में बंद हो जाएगा, लिहाजा लिंक पर जाइए और फुल एचडी मैच देखें। ये मैच कुछ ही देर में बंद हो जाएगा, लिहाजा लिंक पर जाइए और फुल एचडी मैच देखें। ये मैच कुछ ही देर में बंद हो जाएगा, लिहाजा लिंक पर जाइए और फुल एचडी मैच देखें। ये मैच कुछ ही देर में बंद हो जाएगा, लिहाजा लिंक पर जाइए और फुल एचडी मैच देखें। ये मैच कुछ ही देर में बंद हो जाएगा, लिहाजा लिंक पर जाइए और फुल एचडी मैच देखें। ये मैच कुछ ही देर में बंद हो जाएगा, लिहाजा लिंक पर जाइए और फुल एचडी मैच देखें। ये मैच कुछ ही देर में बंद हो जाएगा, लिहाजा लिंक पर जाइए और फुल एचडी मैच देखें। ये मैच कुछ ही देर में बंद हो जाएगा, लिहाजा लिंक।
Things that can happen now, for instance, are that Rashid will decide that he's going to have a bit of fun and play a few shots. But 76 for 6, not a good place to be. So for the record, it's 193 still required. That's a lot of runs at any stage, let alone off 126 balls.
What makes it more difficult is the number of wickets that Afghanistan have lost. Losing 6 wickets in this cause are never going to be helping you. I mean, if you even are requiring so many runs, and if you have kept your wicket in, you will still think that you have an outside chance. With almost no batsmen left in the tail enders to come, it's quite difficult. I mean, the least that you'd like to expect is some entertainment, Rashid Khan to hit a few sixes, a few boundaries, at least give something to the viewers. And then if that can give you a chance to be able to get close to the target, then it's just a bonus.
Big heave. Going to bring 2. Yeah, I think you're right in the sense that from now on in, the cause is lost. The cause is a dead duck, unless something just unbelievable happens. It's one of his shots, one knee on the ground, the other one positions it to get away the sweep shot off that back leg almost. So it's the first boundary for a mere 91 balls. Break out the champagne.
I'm going to take that. See, that's what I'm talking about. Some entertainment. I mean, intent shown, try to kind of improvise. It was too short. Rashid Khan get himself into the position and plays it fine for a boundary.
Yeah, good luck with that one. That's tossed a little bit wider. There's big turn for Shadab. This is the difference between someone like Shadab and Nawaz. Nawaz just rolls the fingers in orthodox fashion. Shadab gets real revs on the ball, so if it does bite like this, look at the revs there.
Oof, you see, it's got revs, it's turning. So whatever Rashid is trying to do, he's got to kind of guess at the bounce and the turn. You never know how much. Miscue. Oh, just wide. Didn't get hold of it one little bit. So close to yet another chance. But it's the end of the 30th over and it's 83 for 6.
Was a brilliant effort from the fielder at mid-wicket.
For 6. I know everyone sort of feel that the game is gone for Afghanistan, but I'm just a little bit perplexed about how they've gone about the run chase. I know it's a difficult surface. But here's an example. The lap shot is something that we see used so effectively around the world, and we see all these inventive strokes in T20 cricket. There's fear of getting out here from the Afghan batters.
Yeah, we haven't seen any intent. And this innings has meandered. We haven't seen boundaries flowing. We haven't seen the strike being rotated. One dimensional. All defense. But it's good to see Mohammad Nawaz slowing the pace, flighting the ball. It wasn't the case in LPL. He was darting the ball in. Looks a different bowler, Mohammad Nawaz.
Well, that's gone fine. Should get 2 and will. But it's been a good run out as well, though, for Pakistan and their I suppose you would call them the backup. Shaheen Shah Afridi, but the others. And what is impressive is what Pakistan actually have in their bowling ranks, their depth. I mean, it's not like these young men have come in and bowled the ball at 130. They're all above 140.
Oh, what reflexes, what in anticipation from the wicketkeeper. Brilliant. Yeah, you're right. Bench is quite strong as far as the Pakistan team is concerned. We spoke about Wasim Jr. How about Ashraf? Oh, beautiful, beautiful. A bit of pace offered by Mohammad Nawaz. And the length was short, allowed the batsman to rock on the back foot and punch the ball. End of the over, it's 88 for 6.
It's been really struggle for Afghanistan in batting department. Different types of bowling. Fast bowling at the moment, and also the spin bowling, the type of spin. Trying to toss the ball up to the batters, creating more opportunities. Getting the ball to turn and bounce off the surface. Tone was set by the fast bowlers.
Well, the fast bowlers set the tone. 260 was always going to be challenging on the surface, and bear in mind Babar Azam at the toss said he felt 290. Everyone looked at the surface and thought, well, this is a lot better than what we've seen over the course of the LPL. But actually this evening it's been real tough batting conditions. So yes, it might be easy for us to say, look, we're struggling to understand how Afghanistan have gone out this run chase, but they've certainly had the worst of the conditions. It's got progressively harder.
Yeah, Hilton, you were here for LPL as well. Oh, that's it.
Heck with power. Cleared everything. Here's one man who's showing intent, Rashid.
First 6 of the innings from Rashid Khan. Leg spinner to leg spinner. He's a positive player and can deposit it long way. Determination in execution of the shot. Rashid show.
Yeah, I just wanted to ask you a question. Isn't it strange that everywhere we went, the pitch is freshened up under lights? Behave differently, but in the second innings, the faster bowlers, they were actually getting a lot of help from the surfaces. What could be the reason, Hilton? Dry, the surfaces are dry. Rashid recognises the length's right here for him to play that stroke. And that's what we talk about intent, is that's a mistake from Shadab. That others have not been prepared to take that sort of risk or try that particular type of stroke. This will be overthrows. I'm a little bit concerned though with Rashid playing those sweep slogs and sweeps with the Asia Cup and World Cup around the corner with no helmet on. One top edge. Oh. They're showing everybody no fear when it comes to his cricket. Aggressive bowler, aggressive batter. He's tidied up the over well after going for 6 over mid-wicket. 97 for 6. Nawaz is going to keep going here. These 4 overs have cost him 13. Rashid Khan's donned the cap. Oh, this should be out. This should be out. Shaheen Shah Afridi takes the catch. He tried that helicopter shot, but the left armour got a bit of purchase from the surface. The dot ball held in the surface, a bit of grip and turn for him. And that was his second wicket. Good to see Nawaz flighting the ball and getting some turn.
Simple catch eventually taken by Shaheen Shah as he celebrates a wicket. Wickets continuing to tumble. Different conditions, different types of bowling. Rashid Khan goes for 16. Afghanistan tottering along, 97 for 7. Afghanistan coming into this tournament in this series against Pakistan with a lot of expectations. Mujibur Rahman, any batter in. At the age of 22, he has made a lot of impression with his bowling inside the power play overs, in death overs as well, with his accuracy and variations. His team needs a contribution or some.
Yeah, nothing notable with the bat for Mujib, and he has to improve his fielding as well. It has become an arduous task for these batters. Now plays the first one confidently, Mujibur Rahman.
So Afghanistan coming into this tournament with the expectation of the best fast bowling unit in the world. Also, a lot of expectation from Pakistan batters as well. People were questioning the ability of Afghanistan, one of the best spin bowling attack in the Pakistan in batting and bowling department. But strong response in the second match at Hambantota.
Yeah, the Afghan batters have blown hot and cold in this series. First game they really struggled against the Pakistani fast bowler. There was a sea of change. In the second game, able to put 300 runs on the board, but once again failing, chasing a target. That was nicely held by Shaheen Shah Afridi. It's just a matter of time now. Just a matter of time. 3 wickets to be picked up by Pakistan. And Pakistan will be top team in ODI cricket. They'll topple Australia from that table.
Driven down the ground, just single. So that tells us something about their ability, not the ability as a batting unit. It's about finding consistency. What all things needs to be done in order to find that consistency as a batting unit.
Yeah, that's where they have lacked consistency with the bat. They have bowling unit. Hello team, 99 for the loss of 7. Yeah, 3 wickets away from making it as a top tier side in the world. That's pretty special. And they richly deserve this because they worked extremely hard to get there. And there was a talk in Pakistan to remove Babar Azam as the captain. Talking heads. He's been very impressive tonight. Fahim Ashraf, given an opportunity, how well he bowled with a new ball. The bounce he extracted from the surface, the deviation he got. Superb effort.
Slip in position. Pulled. Sort of vacant space on the onside. Will eventually get a boundary. And 100 up for Afghanistan.
Indifferent kind of batting performance from Afghanistan, and they must control these spikes where they look brilliant on one day and then absolutely lose it the other. They mashed Pakistan for a shot to shot in that Hambantota heart-racing thriller, but here they've been found wanting. But making use of the batting form and continuing with it for a little while. Agreed, it's a tough pitch for some of these batters, Afghanistan batters, but still got to fight it out. See, what I've noticed with the subcontinent player, wherever you when you're looking to face the fast bowlers, especially those hard lengths, as a batter, you need to be very, very comfortable off the back foot. But here, we haven't seen many.
Batting technique, that's area of improvement. They got Jonathan Trott, the head coach. It's a beautiful delivery to start off the campaign. Reviewed, we lost, and that was we gave, and that was a beautiful delivery. It's holding its line, pitching up, getting the ball to bounce and swing.
Good to see the mates backing him. Comebacks for a cricketer can be so difficult. So not only are you under the scanner, but also I think you're sort of doubting yourself whether you're good enough at this level or not. And it has happened quite a few times to Fahim Ashraf. So it's good that his mates have been backing him, supporting him in the field. And it's a great performance. Not being engaged in last 2 years and certainly now performing like this. Good that he's smiling also.
Excellent delivery once again. This is Pele as well. He's getting the ball to bounce and move.
Yeah, I agree. Making a comeback is a very difficult thing. You know, there is a journey the selectors need to realize. You have to allow a bit of time for the player to settle down, cement his place. And once a player cements his place, then he starts to play for the side, not for himself. And that's why you invest in players. By keep on dropping them, they're playing with their confidence. 34 done, it's 106 for 7. There is no weak link in this bowling lineup. Everybody responding to the captain's call magnificently, and it's good. I'll say it again. Not darting the ball, flighting the ball, bowling bravely. And Ramesh bhai, you were talking about South Shakil. Did you call somebody or what? I think they've run exceedingly well to pick him because he deserved it. Absolutely. The guy has got a lot of talent. He's temperamentally strong, tailor-made to play spin. And the fact that he's a left-hander, and it's of such value to have a left-hander in the middle order. Yeah, he got a double 100 during the first test match played against Sri Lanka at Galle. Here's another request. And call for Zaman Khan. He'll be suitable on these pitches. He's a slinger. The ball will tend to keep low on different surfaces, and he can be handy. Come on, pick up the phone, please. I've got a more powerful medium available, which is the mic. So I'm sure that eventually he'll be picked. He bowls at over 140 clicks. He's got this slinging action which is difficult to pick straight away for certain batters. That's hit, and on the bounce to the fielder. That's well collected. The fielding has been outstanding from Pakistan. But there's so much wealth of fast bowling in the circuit. It's quite amazing that a guy like Zaman cannot be picked. And different skills. And that's where the Pakistan cricket is very fortunate. They keep on spotting the talent. And the talent comes from nowhere. Reverse sweep with effects. Boundaries being picked up by Mujib.
Good shot is from Mujib. Some entertainment for the spectators coming in from different parts of the world. And Colombo too. Well in control of the stroke. Shot.
No! Oops! What? Oh, they do not have a DRS facility available, but it looked plumb. Due to technical reasons, I've just been told, it's not available. The machine is down. He's asked for it. Was there any bat involved here? Quickest delivery. Low trajectory, forced the batsman on the back foot. Which stump this one is missing? I think the third umpire can give this out without the DRS facility. This is so absolutely plumb. I think he's still looking for an inside edge, and if it's not an inside edge, this is absolutely in front of the stumps.
Will that be inclusive? The naked eyes.
Well, if this is not conclusive with the naked eye, you need an ophthalmologist, man. This is straightforward with a blind eye. Rizwan aborted the appeal. It was so straightforward. Don't have ultra edge, we've been told. So it's going to be a not out because that decision will stay with the on-field umpire. Is not going to revisit that. So it was a not out, still is a not out. Just trying to figure out what happened. I think there is no DRS available because the machine is down, unfortunately. Otherwise, it would have showed 100% hitting the stumps. I think it was a case of the ball hitting the front pad first and then going on to hit the back leg. And that's where the umpire was confused. Anyways, these things do happen in cricket. It's going to be Fahim Ashraf. The ball is 8th over.
Very impressive. 2 for 24 in his 7 overs. Making a comeback and making impressions straight away.
Can have a man in the slip, Gordon. Surely 155 of 89 balls can get Afghanistan all out in no time if they have these catches around the bat. Is shy. It has been a good outing that will help him a lot in his future endeavors. This is a tough pitch to bat on, and with Afghanistan reeling, not being able to play pace properly, this really is, in that perspective, a very, very fine innings from Shahid.
Yeah, he has put up a lot of resistance, Shahid. Is probably the best bowling lineup in the world, especially looked comfortable against Shaheen Shah Afridi. But it's amazing how much of bounce Fahim Ashraf is extracting at the moment from this pitch. Bowling cross seam, still getting the ball to jump.
Slipping position. swung away. It's gone all the way.
It's all about intent, isn't it? He's a number 9 batsman showing a bit of intent, and he's picking up boundaries. He just hooked the ball. Pace was used and sailed over the boundary line for yet another 6 of the match. It's another smash, and it's this time a boundary.
Entertainment Aguilar, 16 of 8, 6, smacking one. That's taking his front leg out of the way of a slower delivery and smacking it through that region, through the onside. One bounce for 4.
Yeah, so far he has faced 8 deliveries and he has scored 16 with the help of a couple of boundaries and then a 6. Oh, another one. This is turning out to be a pretty special over for Mujib. It's a 6, it's a flat one. It was flatter than flat. He just nailed it. Away from the leg stump, got the length, and he comfortably pulled the ball. He sailed over the boundary line in no time. Finally, a bit of entertainment. That has been the most expensive over of the match. It's been given a wide. He was drawing away from the line to once again clear the front leg and try that leg side field again.
Tremendous over striking from Mujib to the onside. Then flat and over the boundary. Second 6 of the over.
The idea is right, is trying not to cover that line on that off stump, because every time that ball is pitched in that good length area, it has taken off. Yeah, he's been rewarded not committing on the front foot. Yes, he's been backing away from the leg stump.
ये मैच
but
कुछ
it
ही
has
देर में
worked.
बंद हो जाएगा, लिहाजा लिंक पर जाइए और फुल एचडी मैच देखें। ये मैच कुछ ही देर में बंद हो जाएगा, लिहाजा लिंक पर जाइए और फुल एचडी मैच देखें। ये मैच कुछ ही देर में बंद हो जाएगा, लिहाजा लिंक पर जाइए और फुल एचडी मैच देखें। ये मैच कुछ ही देर में बंद हो जाएगा, लिहाजा लिंक पर जाइए और फुल एचडी मैच देखें। ये कुछ ही देर में बंद हो जाएगा, लिहाजा लिंक पर जाइए और फुल एचडी मैच देखें। ये मैच कुछ ही देर में बंद हो जाएगा, लिहाजा लिंक पर जाइए और फुल एचडी मैच देखें। ये मैच कुछ ही देर में बंद हो जाएगा, लिहाजा लिंक पर जाइए और फुल एचडी मैच देखें। ये मैच कुछ ही देर में बंद हो जाएगा, लिहाजा लिंक पर जाइए और फुल एचडी मैच देखें। ये मैच कुछ ही देर में बंद हो जाएगा, लिहाजा लिंक पर जाइए और फुल एचडी मैच देखें। ये मैच कुछ ही देर में बंद हो जाएगा, लिहाजा लिंक पर जाइए और फुल एचडी मैच देखें। ये मैच कुछ ही देर में बंद हो जाएगा, लिहाजा लिंक पर जाइए और फुल एचडी मैच देखें। ये मैच कुछ ही देर में बंद हो जाएगा, लिहाजा लिंक पर जाइए और फुल एचडी मैच देखें। ये मैच कुछ ही देर में बंद हो जाएगा, लिहाजा लिंक पर जाइए और फुल एचडी मैच देखें। ये मैच कुछ ही देर में बंद हो जाएगा, लिहाजा लिंक पर जाइए और फुल एचडी मैच देखें। ये मैच कुछ ही देर में बंद हो जाएगा, लिहाजा लिंक पर जाइए और फुल एचडी मैच देखें। ये मैच कुछ ही देर में बंद हो जाएगा, लिहाजा लिंक पर जाइए और फुल एचडी मैच देखें। ये मैच कुछ ही देर में बंद हो जाएगा, लिहाजा लिंक पर जाइए और फुल एचडी मैच देखें। ये मैच कुछ ही देर में बंद हो जाएगा, लिहाजा लिंक पर जाइए और फुल एचडी मैच देखें। ये मैच कुछ ही देर में बंद हो जाएगा, लिहाजा लिंक पर जाइए और फुल एचडी मैच देखें। ये मैच कुछ ही देर में बंद हो जाएगा, लिहाजा लिंक पर जाइए और फुल एचडी मैच देखें। ये मैच कुछ ही देर में बंद हो जाएगा, लिहाजा लिंक पर जाइए और फुल एचडी मैच देखें। ये मैच कुछ ही देर में बंद हो जाएगा, लिहाजा लिंक पर जाइए और फुल एचडी मैच देखें। ये मैच कुछ ही देर में बंद हो जाएगा।
Because if you try to get behind the line of the ball, you'll be teased and probably get out. And so this is kind of pitch probably a bit like the league cricket in England, where you draw away from the line of the ball and start hitting, and somehow you get a 50 in no time. The moment you try to get behind the line of the ball, you're bamboozled and you're done.
On a pitch like this, as a batter, you're better off playing those horizontal bat strokes rather than vertical bat. And the ball has been doing something, extra bounce, and that is the only way you deal with extra bounce, horizontal bat strokes.
Pakistan hoping for a wicket to fall. I think the body language suggests that the body language
That was a flighted delivery. Yes, it was outside the leg stump, but how well he managed that one. Picked the right spot. Leg stump. Yeah, he's turning it on. Mujib. Quick fire 30 from 14 deliveries.
There is no dearth of talent, batting talent as well. It's about conditioning and the requirement of exposure. 37 overs have been bowled, 140 for 7. Good partnership developing. Mujib 30 of just 14. Shahidullah 30 of 55. Long way to go, but show positivity, the determination to fight, and that's what they are known for. The way they responded in the second ODI as well with the bat.
इस ओवर में विकेट है दोनों। शाबाश यही दोनों जा रहे हैं ये सबको मारने जाएगा।
2 for 27. Shadab. Swept behind square. A boundary for Shahidullah Kamal.
It has come after a long time. Shahidullah Kamal. The moment the leg spinner was introduced, he wanted to run slog sweep and did it successfully.
it's an eye-catching effort, this partnership. 47 of 31.
शाबाश शेडी 2 विकेट इस ओवर में 2 विकेट।
Could there be a twist? 125 in 76 balls, 3 wickets in hand. Mujib is batting brilliantly on 30 of 14. Shahid is dig in, 34 of 57. Here's another sweep shot. This time there's protection, only a single.
Yeah, stranger things have happened. How often we have seen those stranger things. Teams making a comeback from nowhere. What I like about Babar captaincy in this game, he knows it's just a matter of time. He's not overburdening Shaheen Shah, Afridi, or the other frontline bowlers. He can use Wasim Jr.
He's only bowled 5 overs.
लगेगा ये सीधा आउट है.
Carved away through the offside for another single. With the introduction of fast bowlers at this point of time to take wickets.
It's quite amazing, this game of cricket. If you get a partnership rolling, pitch becomes a little easier to tackle. Bowlers become that much more easier to hit. And you tend to find gaps invariably all the time. 50-run partnership now, 35 balls. And how easily those 50 runs came about. And the main contributor has been Mujib. From 15 deliveries, he has scored 31. Make it 37. That's a big one.
Firebird, magic in the wings.
Tremendous effort. This goes on to show that if you have a plan based on aggression, based on common sense, then you can be a successful batter or a successful cricketer. Last ball 6. Really climbed into that one and smashed it over mid-wicket. He's going at a strike rate of 231, Mujib. A rather dull day has lit up by Mujibur Rahman's innings so far. Mohammad Wasim Jr. straight away for the first ball. There's a left hand, some bounce. This has been the most consistent thing right throughout the day, especially in the second innings for the Pakistani fast bowlers. A lot of bounce being produced out of this surface. So this is Afghanistan's fastest 50 partnership for any wicket versus Pakistan in ODIs. 35 balls it took. At long last we saw entertainment. And Shahid richly deserves this. 36 of 61. He saw through a very, very tough time. But is still there, grinded it out, and now finding it easier to place the ball and play a few shots as well. Oh, too quick, that bouncer from Wasim Jr. Definitely, Wasim Jr. has dished out some thunderballs today, making it the team. First 2 games couldn't find a place in the team, got his opportunity, and he has bent his back right today. As well as these two batters, especially Shahid, playing as a batsman. Did see him in the ACC Emergencies Cup, was very, very good. And Mujibur Rahman, in all fairness, has been striking really well, playing proper cricketing strokes and making sure they go the distance. It's all part of the learning curve, as they say. Learning it on the job. It's not been easy when wickets have gone down, when the better ones have faltered and fallen. Babar Azam, what a fantastic knock he played, and what a vital one as well. Took responsibility, took the bait, and made sure did the hard work along with Mohammad Rizwan. This is what good players, classy players do. When they get tough kids going, they put a value on the wicket. It's something that, as you said, Ramesh Bhai, that Afghanistan should learn as soon as possible. I just feel A little bit of cricket I have done with Afghanistan, covering them. As soon as it's under lights, there is seam movement and some help for the fast bowlers. These players have struggled. That's something that they got to brush up, especially so many games being played under lights in Asia Cup as well as the World Cup.
You make a good point, because different tactics, different technique is engaged under lights, whether you're batting or bowling. At times you find dewy conditions, and so for the spinners it'll be difficult to hold the ball properly, but you've got to adjust. This is a punishing international circuit. This will test Mujib. Pace bowling. 39 done, 154 for 7.
Even when Afghanistan played Sri Lanka in 3 ODIs up in Hambantota, there were day games, and the morning hours there was some help for the fast bowlers. They struggled as there as well just before the qualifiers was played. I just feel whenever there is movement, pace, the Afghanistan batters do struggle. Something that they need to brush up somehow. They got the bowling, and remember they got 4 games, 2 in Chepauk, this Chennai, 2 in Delhi, because they are slow and low. Batters can get it right. They have the bowling attack, especially the spinners, to get the job done and surprise for quite a few teams.
Yes, took his time and probably has made the right call. Batsman really will have to go because there is no DRS available. Quite hard, and I think he probably was in front of the stumps. He's quick through the air, Shadab, and he was extremely confident that he had got the batter in front of the stumps. Yeah.
He looked dead, Ramesh. I think he was probably missing leg and hit him middle, just as the previous one. On this occasion, the right decision was made on field. Nevertheless, Shahid Kamal fighting 37 of 65. Kudos to the young man. 154 for 8, Afghanistan.
Farid Malik is a passionate cricketer, 29 years old, bowled his heart out. 8 down, Afghanistan. 3 wickets now for Shadab. Is such a value addition to this side. He fields brilliantly, bats well in crunch moments, and then as a leg spinner, he's hot right now. Just a word on Shadab Khan. He just reminds me of Shahid Afridi, but different dimension. Shahid Afridi likes to go after the ball first delivery, but I think Shadab Khan brings that balance at number 7. When the situation needs him to be there at the wicket, he does that, and the bowls his turnovers, which is very crucial, as well as a gun fielder. It's definitely a brilliant asset to the team. Oh, big spin from outside at off stump. Didn't pop up after hitting the bat. That's the other thing that he's done today, is bowled a lot of leg spinners and they've spun.
Absolutely. There's a lot of tendency against leg spinners to against the left hand to bowl a lot of googlies, whereas Shadab Khan has stick to its guns. It's wonderful to see. Maybe the confidence factor, scoring runs, bowling well, fielding well, is showing off definitely.
That's gone up in the air. Who's calling for it? Probably will fall safely, and so a slice up in the air is not held by the outfielders.
As long on field, Shaheen Shah Afridi was in the circle. Farid Malik, the devil in him, could not have any more patience. Went against it. It was a googly attempted. in the end save for 2 runs.
There was another wrong run. Didn't like it because it was wrong line. Nevertheless, successful over comes to an end. 156 for 8.
A successful spell by Shadab Khan. Picked up 3 important wickets for Pakistan. There's a top edge of Riaz Hassan, brilliantly taken by Fakhar Zaman at deep square leg. Ashfatullah Shahidi, short ball, wanted to go over mid-on, probably. Caught by Imamul Haq, and that was the last one. Shahidullah was plumb in front. He spread the length and stuck him in front of middle stump. Brilliant bit of display by Shadab Khan. That's the signal for the 3rd power play by umpire Nitin Menon. Pakistan can have 5 fielders saving the boundary now.
There's the expected shot one, and he's going to get a lot of them in this over. Completely at home he was against spin. This will test him.
I bet you my bottom dollar Mujibur Rahman did not enjoy that. How impressive is Mohammad Wasim Jr. today?
Yeah, he's a very, very fine bowler. He can reverse it, he can bowl at a good feisty pace. Bowls a good outswinger. And is hit over the top for 1 bounce 4. In his radar, in his reach, and it goes.
Wasim Jr. was going to the glory ball. Full, but equal to the task was Mujib. Yes, he gave him some room, probably expecting another bouncer. But what he did well, Mujib, was have a good head position, was steady, and he made sure he played through the line, through the offside. Very impressive.
He's 41 off 19 balls. There's a shift in the field. Another man at mid-wicket has been positioned, so he's not going to get anything up. Exposes the stumps.
Back of the length. That's understandable. Fed away by Wasim Jr. after getting struck. Deep square leg, deep mid-wicket, fine leg. It's predominantly going to be back of the length and bounces aimed at Mujib.
He's on track to be the fastest to score a 50. Rashid got it in 27 balls. He's 41 of 20. Slow ball, puts it away for mid-wicket fielder to come in and collect it.
Mujibur Rahman's batting has come leaps and bounces. Remember when he started, but he was just a walking wicket. More he has played for international cricket as well as franchise cricket. They realized, just like Rashid Khan, how important to score those runs in the late order. And what's impressive for me in this innings is the shape that he has kept, especially with fast bowlers. Spinners, yes, he's been hitting it through the line and clearing it. For the fast bowlers, sometimes gives it room, but still the head position keeps it still and swings through the line. It's a swipe. One of the days when the fast bowlers looks after the other fast bowler. No more bouncers. We've passed those days, Ramesh bhai.
Absolutely. It's cutthroat competition. It's wholehearted effort. That's well played in the end. Expected Yorker from Wasim Jr. after bowling a bouncer. It's 161 for 8. Pakistan with a healthy 268 on a dicey pitch, and Afghanistan in pursuit of that score of 8 down. 108 needed of 54. Probably may not happen, but eyes are on Mujib. Will he get a 50? And can he get it before the 25th ball, which is the fastest scored by 27 balls scored by Rashid Khan. This is the over. Spinner is on. Mujib is on strike. Oh, how did that miss the stumps? But he was lining up for another majestic 6. In all fairness, I think Mujibur Rahman deserves that record, but not playing these kind of strokes. He was much better playing through a straighter bat, even towards mid-wicket. Trying to slog, especially with a short ball to the leg side, is not going to work. Play good cricketing strokes, I still feel he'll get it under 27 deliveries if he does that. He has the strike. 4 balls left in the over. So let's try to figure out the areas which may interest him for a 6. So if he wants to go with the spin, it's got to be over mid-wicket. Long on, the long fence on the leg side. Talking about a 75-meter plus hit. Doesn't hit over cover, so it has to be a flat bat hit. Sorry, he's a right-hander, so he's got to go against the spin. He's going to smash it over mid-wicket. Here he goes, and there she goes for another mighty 6. Fantastic hitting this on 48 of 23 now. This is exactly what I meant. Play with the proper cricketing strokes. Head position, brilliant. Keeping close eye, head underneath the ball and flexing his arms. This is brilliant. The long levers making sure, probably the biggest 6 of the day, or maybe even the series. He'll go again. 3 balls left in this over. Oh, stop. Well stopped in the end by Fahim. Otherwise, a 2 would have given him the fastest 50 for an Afghanistan batter. Still got a chance. 2 more balls to beat Rashid's record. Agonizingly waiting for the second run, but a brilliant effort by Fahim Ashraf. Got to take a single there. No, he doesn't. Now be sensible, Farid. Just block this. Give that opportunity to Mujib. First ball, he deserves it. Yes, he has 2 more deliveries to go. Got to be sensible right here, right now. Striker is with Mujib. He's on 49, 170 for 8. A Herculean performance from Mujib. Some of his stalwarts have struggled to come to grips with the sideways movement and the extravagant bounce. He's on strike. Mohammad Wasim is not going to feed him anything close to his bat. It's got to be a short ball. Is he ready for it? And no, he doesn't get that single. After this knock, what are the chances? Mujibur Rahman goes up to the head coach, the captain, and says, get me up the order. He's been brilliant. He's outbatted most of the batsmen in this pitch. Even against good fast bowling, was bowling at 145. He looked more secured, and he has the mentality to do it. One more ball for him to create that record. And he takes a single. Record now belongs to Mujib. Fastest 50 for Afghanistan in ODI. And he knows it, I think. We all stand up and applaud this effort. It's been a great entertaining innings. And he richly deserves it because he had a method. Hit spinners out of the ground, and they're quality Pakistan spinners that were absolutely taken to the cleaners.
Take a bow, young man. You thoroughly deserve all the recognition what you're getting. 5 massive sixers, 3 brilliant boundaries. Shown the batters in the dressing room how to get the job done. Absolutely brilliant. Yes, it's on a losing course, but he has entertained all of us. Absolutely brilliant. Yeah, Pakistan have dominated right throughout, but Mujib did the ball in all 3 games, and in this especially breaking the record what Rashid Khan had.
Maybe get a sponsor now for his bat. 50 of 26 is seriously good batting and hitting and entertainment. His previous best before this knock was 18 in all formats.
Luxury of playing lots of franchise cricket around the world. Remember when he started his career, it was just a walking wicket. Now he has become a force to reckon with. That's how well, especially Rashid Khan as well in this team. Professionalism to be shown, and this young man have shown the top order batters how to get the job done.
Edge over the keeper's head, will get up 4.
ये मैच कुछ ही देर में बंद हो जाएगा, लिहाजा लिंक पर जाइए और फुल एचडी मैच देखें। ये मैच कुछ ही देर में बंद हो जाएगा, लिहाजा लिंक पर जाइए और फुल एचडी मैच देखें। ये मैच कुछ ही देर में बंद हो जाएगा, लिहाजा लिंक पर जाइए और फुल एचडी मैच देखें। ये मैच कुछ ही देर में बंद हो जाएगा, लिहाजा लिंक पर जाइए और फुल एचडी मैच देखें। ये मैच कुछ ही देर में बंद हो जाएगा, लिहाजा लिंक पर जाइए और फुल एचडी मैच देखें। ये मैच कुछ ही देर में बंद हो जाएगा, लिहाजा लिंक पर जाइए और फुल एचडी मैच देखें। ये मैच कुछ ही देर में बंद हो जाएगा, लिहाजा लिंक पर जाइए और फुल एचडी मैच देखें। ये मैच कुछ ही देर में बंद हो जाएगा, लिहाजा लिंक पर जाइए और फुल एचडी मैच देखें। ये मैच कुछ ही देर में बंद हो जाएगा, लिहाजा लिंक पर जाइए और फुल एचडी मैच देखें। ये मैच कुछ ही देर में बंद हो जाएगा, लिहाजा लिंक पर जाइए और फुल एचडी मैच देखें। ये मैच कुछ ही देर में बंद हो जाएगा, लिहाजा लिंक पर जाइए और फुल एचडी मैच देखें। ये मैच कुछ ही देर में बंद हो जाएगा, लिहाजा लिंक पर जाइए और फुल एचडी मैच देखें। ये मैच कुछ ही देर में बंद हो जाएगा, लिहाजा लिंक पर जाइए और फुल एचडी मैच देखें। ये मैच कुछ ही देर में बंद हो जाएगा, लिहाजा लिंक पर जाइए और फुल एचडी मैच देखें। ये मैच कुछ ही देर में बंद हो जाएगा, लिहाजा लिंक पर जाइए और
5 sixes and 3 fours for him.
Babar Azam having taken no chance, being his ace fast bowler Shaheen Shah Afridi.
That was a flight to delivery. Yes, that's what Afghanistan need to win their 150th one-day international. Let's join our commentators upstairs.
So we have a target, which is 269 in the remaining 50 overs of this match. It's certainly a target that is higher than it looked like it would be for a lot of that Pakistan innings. Those closing overs did the job for Pakistan. They talked about figures of 280, 290 at the start of the day. That's before they'd seen how this pitch was playing. And for the first part, it didn't favour the batsmen at all. Afghanistan bowled reasonably well and constrained everything. And now they have to chase. And this man, Rahmanullah Gurbaz, well, he was absolutely brilliant in match number 2. If he shows some of that brilliance again, albeit on this different pitch, well then that will keep Afghanistan certainly in the hunt. Got a new partner today.
The first wave from the leg stump. But still, what he did well, Mujib, is to have a good head position, still head position, and playing it underneath. This is superb batting.
At times, you just want to do something different when a batsman like Mujib is on strike. He's a slogger, so you try to do different things instead of just following a certain pattern as if you're bowling to a batsman. You try to bowl to a slogger and you lose the plot at times. You put yourself under a lot of pressure. Shaheen Shah Afridi is smart enough to know the value of a length ball against a slogger or a yorker. I think he's got to just continue with that routine as if he's bowling to a top order batter.
It's a learning curve for the fast bowlers as well. There's no reverse swing, absolutely. I don't see anything from neither of the fast bowlers. How to get the yorker in. Being a fast bowler when he's reverse swinging, it's easy to get the yorker in, whether it be outside the off-stump yorkers or straight down the middle. But when it's not, this is where experience counts. Mohammad Wasim Jr., youngster, will have to learn. Shaheen Shah Afridi, yes, he's a seasoned campaigner. Sometimes he can struggle as well. That's why he's going for these slow balls. It's a learning curve for everybody.
That's well stopped at square leg. He comes back for the second. He wants the strike. He gets it. That's good batting actually. He covered the set of stumps and didn't really flinch. So he stood his position and then whacked it towards square leg for couple.
Yeah, third occasion, Shaheen Shah Afridi has gone for the slow delivery. All three against Mujib. Just goes to show, I think, when he's not reverse swinging against the right hand, he's comfortable bowling those slower cutters into the pitch, not giving the length.
What a shot. What a shot that is. That's gone and hit the fence. Just a flick of the wrist and nothing more. Everything being met at the center of the bat. Mujib is having a ball. 61 years of 31. This is a smashing innings.
Well, it's been entertaining from Mujib. He's breaking records left, right and centre. The highest score on a batter at number 9 or lower against Pakistan in ODIs, as well as the fastest 50 for Afghanistan. Previous to number 9 was 59 not out by Zahidu Alvis for Sri Lanka against Pakistan. 1983 World Cup, so that's been around for a while.
Yeah, the Pakistani bowlers getting into the whirlwind of Mujib, and it has been a sensational innings. And played with all the freedom in the world. And that effort of his was not expected.
Indeed not. I mean, he's had the freedom, of course, of the situation, which gave him, as I say, absolute freedom to play any shot he wanted, but he's played them well. Consistently struck them well. Now that will test Imam down there, and Imam is equal to that particular test. Good diving stop by him. He's been consistently good in the field. Yeah, this one not out the middle for a change.
It's absolutely been entertainment. That's the least that I can say about that. And at the same time, Imam ul Haq, how brilliant he's been in the field throughout the day. Saves definite 3 runs. Talking about Mujib, in Bangladesh series that Afghanistan recently had.
That's gone up.
This is going to be a real test. He's going to drop safe. Had the height and had enough distance to clear the infield, not enough to reach the outfield.
Rais Ahmad Zai, the Afghanistan assistant batting coach was talking to me, and he said, I changed the guard for Mujib, and I said, stand on the middle. You might well be able to reach to the ball, because previously he used to stand and take guard on the leg stump. So that seriously has improved his hitting abilities. It's been really a good show.
Unorthodox. Translation, subtitles, had no idea what was going on.
Yeah, by taking that guard, middle stump guard, he's taken everybody off guard.
Absolutely, yeah, no, I mean, there was some show, I wanted that. Like, come on, some shots all around the ground, and look at that, he's broken such an old record for the 9th wicket. He's got the highest, 62 runs still going against Pakistan.
Yeah, we have spoken enough about Mujib, but how about Fareed's effort? He has hung around for Mujib to be able to take on the Pakistani bowlers. He's been there for 19 deliveries. He's chipping in. They're getting closer and closer.
To what? Well, that's well struck. It's been beautifully fielded as well. Hang on, where's that gone? Well, he had a good shot, powerfully struck, a great bit of fielding at mid-off, because that was travelling and it was a good pick-up. And then the throwaway, the literal throwaway, 192 for 8. Well, Mujib today, and when he came in, the situation was nigh on hopeless, so he had absolute freedom to play shots. But look how far they go. He just kept middling them, and another one goes, they go even further. Holds the pose for the cameraman. So yes, it has been a very fine exhibition of power hitting. Comfortably top score.
A wide fielder. I'm actually surprised at this field. He's got 5 on the offside.
It was a long time back, probably some years. Afghanistan was playing against Zimbabwe and Dawlat Zadran and Mujib Zadran out in the middle. And that time it was Dawlat Zadran who hit some big shots, but he did play that contribution. Here exactly is the same scenario, but now Fareed is providing that assistance in this innings to Mujib. How many more can he hit?
Well, he ain't hitting that, but the scoreboard will take 4 more runs. That was quick enough. Quick enough to beat any intent to get bat on ball, and quick enough and high enough to beat a diminutive Rizwan too behind the stumps.
Only 72 required from 28 deliveries. Few more boundaries, and they'll start to feel we can win it.
Yeah, then he won't have the freedom. Then he'll have to play properly, won't he? Powerfully struck, and again well fielded. Almanaga on in the deep there, but that flew off the bat, didn't it?
Yeah, every time he has hit the ball, middled it most of the times, and pinged off the bat. Quite entertaining, and he has shown no respect and no fear with this strong bowling lineup of Pakistan. Yes, dealt with the Pakistani bowlers disdainfully.
And the interesting thing is this, when it came to crease, yes, the cause was nigh on hopeless. So we talk about the absolute freedom to do almost anything you want, but he's hit the ball beautifully. The relevancy is this: if Pakistan find themselves in the Asia Cup and the World Cup in a tighter game, and someone comes in down the order and does the same sort of thing, which might take the game away from them, they need to have plans and ideas and things they can fall back on to make sure that doesn't upset their particular apple cart then, when it really will count.
That's spot on.
That's clever. The toe of the bat. Almost, well, that sort of brings to mind snooker. You just need a bit of chalk on the tip of the bat there to give it grip.
Yeah, I'm with you. What we have seen today, Pakistani bowlers got bamboozled. The thinking process got hampered. They kept on bowling straight to Mujib. They never changed the lines and the lengths, and hence became very easy. Another one into the gap.
I think he's got himself out. He's come back onto his stumps, and his scintillating innings of 64 runs come to an end, come to a dramatic end. But Pakistan will certainly take it. Mohammad Rizwan looks to be very happy, and what an innings this has been. Mujib Zadran played beautiful 64 runs. That's how he got out.
Yep, just a little bit too far back on his stumps, treads on them heavily. He knows, of course, right at that moment that his innings is done for the day. It's entertained us all. It's entertained what crowd we've had here at Premadasa today. He certainly enjoyed himself, and we've enjoyed him. 199 for 9. Well, we are down to the last wicket pair for Afghanistan. 9 down for 199. Technically, another 70 needed. And only in the space of the 4 remaining overs. It's Mohammad Wasim Jr. again. Final over for him. Farid is no longer the support act. He can have a bit of fun of his own if he wishes.
Yeah, he became the first Afghan batsman to get out in that fashion, hit wicket. Yes, as a batsman, you should use the depth of the crease, but you're not supposed to go that deep. In the air, and once again falls in no man's land.
There's still a chance for a run out. Racing back for the second. Faruqi wanted to come back. Farid wanted the strike, no doubt.
By to director, we have a referral.
And they will just check it out again. They always do. They'll check it out.
Yeah, there was no proper communication between both the batters. Farid wanted the strike. Fazal Faruqi stayed for a while. So that time might just cost you the wicket. But let's see if he's been able to make it.
Yeah, batter has made his ground before the wickets was broken. My decision.
Yeah, once again. Well, hang on. Once again, there. Decision pending. Decision made. Confirmed as not out. 201. The 200 has come up. 201 for 9. Always feels better than 199. Whipped away. That finds the man. Yeah, just confirming. Mujib has the distinction, apart from now having the fastest 50 for an Afghanistan batsman in ODIs, the distinction being the first Afghanistan batsman to be dismissed hit wicket in all international cricket. Just to confirm all that. So tests, ODIs, T20s. It's a first. We saw it here. Well, Wasim Jr. will be thinking that if he can just get that full and straight, that might be, the Faruqi might be his man. Faruqi might be the last to go, just to wrap things up here in Colombo. Nice looking backward defensive shot, but not particularly close to the ball. This man's been impressive today. Got his first chance in this series. Fantastic that Pakistan have this depth of pace bowlers. Young men with energy and natural pace, and they all seem to have really good actions. And that's the great thing. So whoever's coaching is doing a very, very good job. Or it's just, of course, natural talent as well that comes into play. But this handful of really good young quicks is impressive. Others, of course, not here. Well left.
Yeah, what has... Yeah, we'll come back to that. Overdone, 202 for 9.
Now's your moment.
Yeah, talking about Wasim Jr., he was guilty of spraying the ball down the leg side quite consistently, but looks a different bowler now. And I'm sure Mona Mokal, the bowling coach of Pakistan, has really worked hard with him. And these bowlers are responding. That's good.
Well, the dying overs then of this match between Afghanistan and Pakistan. Little left to settle apart from just the numbers involved. Technically 67 needed from 18 balls, a rate of 22.33. But for Pakistan, the satisfaction of a series won 3-0. For Afghanistan, the frustration that they came so close in match number 2 in Hambantota. Didn't quite manage to win that game. We'll have to try again another day, another time, another series. Still warm out there. Well, tell you what, with Farid, there's a lot of effort goes into this, as there has been with many other attempts at these big shots of his, but there's absolutely zero timing in that one.
Well, this has overall been a great experience for Afghanistan. Afghanistan will want more of such exposures to play against the big teams. One like Pakistan must have given him a lot to learn from. How you can close the games, focus on the death bowling, make sure you have proper finishers to finish you the game. But there's been so much for Afghanistan's think tank to look at and prepare towards the Asia Cup and towards the Cricket World Cup 2023. And definitely for Pakistan's been so good that will bring them on the top of the list, the #1 ODI ranking team.
Well, there's absolute confusion. Guess when you get down to the 10th wicket, they're not necessarily used, and certainly this pair won't have done this often together, but you're not used to these tricky decisions. Shall we, shan't we? Yes, we shall. Oh, no, maybe not. No. Bad idea. It's always a bad idea, to be honest.
Solid defense. I know it must be frustrating some. They might just want to wrap this thing up But Afghanistan certainly playing for another 14 deliveries. They'll want to end it without losing the last wicket. Will still take that.
Absolutely. 2 this time. Aimed away over extra cover and just slightly sliced.
Question is, who can just take this last wicket, last ball of the over for Nawaz? Can he finish it off for Pakistan?
Well, that has been struck rather well. One bounce, just a couple of feet, 3 or 4 feet inside the boundary, straight down the ground. That's a classic shot, worthy of many a better batter than he. Look how easy he makes it. Just gets that front leg out of the way, as many in the top order would try and do. Good levers, straight down the ground. Thank you very much indeed. And there should actually be just a little bit of a contest between these two at 10 and 11. One of them wants to be not out. So 209 for 9. There are technically 2 overs still left available.
To worry about it, of course. Had to take the cap off. Reed's cap, fine against the spinner, not so good against Shah Afridi, who now will complete his 10. Maybe he'll wrap it up. Well, you've got to see the funny side. There was a lot of preemption there, a lot of anticipation. Maybe the anticipation was correct of the short ball, but no way this is going to... It's impossible from there to get that anywhere near it.
Yeah, he was hoping against the hope to get batter and ball.
Well, I mean, to be fair, he's hoping for something, a normal sort of length ball, maybe the slower ball that Shah so often bowls at the first over of a spell like this. Right, I need to have a word about postcodes, if you understand what I mean. Because the ball and the batsman are in different postcodes.
Well, at least he's putting his effort into this, trying his very best to try and see hit a fascinating shot. And I believe that off the innings of Mujib and seeing Farooqi hitting that ball off Nawaz's last ball in the previous over, there's a thing called inspiration. They are being inspired. These bowlers are taking the responsibility on their shoulder. They are doing the work that the batters are supposed to have done.
That is gone. And it's gone. Oh, he's put it down. It looked for a moment as though it might just have enough on it to clear the boundary. Then the position out in the deep there, he had it. He had it. He got himself into a really good position. Mohammad Nawaz, just watched him here on the boundary's edge. He was a good metre or so inside the edge of the field, therefore in a position to take the catch. A little bit off balance. That's what made the difference. I think he was sort of feeling for the boundary edge as well. That's it. That is it. That is the way. Don't worry about the catchers. Don't worry about the fielders. If you're Shah Afridi and you know what's going on at the other end, you've got a set of stumps you can aim at. And as has always been the case in this game, if a batsman misses and you hit, that is your wicket. That is the 10th and final wicket of this Afghanistan innings. The final wicket of this 3-match series, which Pakistan now take 3-0, and as such they go to the top of the rankings in ODIs, the ICC rankings in ODIs. So for them, a very, very satisfactory finish to this series.
Yeah, convincing performance by the Pakistanis in this series. Yes, they were challenged in the second ODI, but they kept their cool, and Naseem Shah was able to win the game in the last over. And now it was Shaheen Shah Afridi to wrap up things with that low full toss. That was wicket number 2 for Shaheen Shah Afridi, and Pakistan, by doing so, they have managed to topple Australia from ICC ranking table.
Well, of course, the rankings at a certain weight. Always nice to be at the top of the rankings. And you're thinking, of course, that coming next very swiftly on the heels of this series is the Asia Cup, and coming soon after that, the World Cup itself. The rankings at that stage will be an indication. There'll be a challenge, but of course it is who comes out on top, who is holding those trophies at the end, that will really count. But for Pakistan, this is the perfect boost. First of all, for their confidence in how they're going to approach the Asia Cup. And that's the next thing they will focus on for Babar Azam and his squad. There have been some very good performances throughout these 3 games. And Jonathan Trott shaking his hand there will know that his team, the team that he is coaching, has some serious talent, of course, but doesn't have the same depth that, for instance, Pakistan have shown. In fact, this game has been quite a good example for that, because Pakistan, from a position where they were struggling early in the day, managed to put more runs on the board than people might have thought, and now that bowling performance makes sure that they've taken this series by another comfortable margin, 3-0 in the series. This margin here today, 59 runs, with Afghanistan bowled out for 209.
There wasn't enough as far the batting display for Afghanistan has been concerned. It was only Hashmatullah Shahidi and Riyaz Hassan putting a small partnership of 30 runs only, but towards the end of the innings it was Mujib Zadran who, together with Shahidullah Kamal, put together the 57 run, and then with Farid another 45 run, bringing the total of Afghanistan to a respectable 209. Still not good enough to win this match. The Pakistan bowlers been phenomenal. Shaheen Shah finishing on 2 for 31. Fahim Ashraf, he bowled really well at the early part of the innings, got 2 wickets. Wasim Jr. was good, had a proper line in length. Shardab breaking that flow of the partnership, initially getting to mid, taking 3 wickets. Salman Agha and Nawaz taking 1 and 2 wickets respectively. And this is what transpired to chase down the total in the second innings. Rahmanullah Gurbaz was given an LBW of Fahim Ashraf. After that, it was Riyaz Hassan who scored, but Ibrahim Zadran staying there, facing 11 balls, was not able to open his account, finished with making no runs. After that, Riyaz also getting out of Shadab, and that's where, when the wickets started flowing, Hashmatullah Shahidi not able to make contribution yet once again. Shadab the man taking 2 wickets in the over. Gulbadin Naib also getting out cheaply of Salman Agha. Muhammad Nabi getting out a brilliant catch, Imam ul Haq of Muhammad Nawaz. Rashid Khan coming in, trying to do a few fancy hittings, but not enough. It wasn't much until Rashid hit this one maximum, but after that, trying to repeat the shot, was only able